Hey guys, good morning. January 12th, CPI data came out. We are streaming all day. We're trading stocks, options, futures. Big data. Let me get this thing set up a bit. If I can get it going. I'm just sharing it on Twitter now. You guys feel free to do the same. What's up, Donrow? Good morning. All right. So, all right, open positions. Actually opened up a nat gas long when it hit VWAP on the futures. VWAP was like here on futures, but there is storage date at 10:30, so probably good idea to close before then. Looks like the bottom might be in for nat gas, at least a temporary bounce. Looking at UNG is maybe not the best way to get TA on it, but that is a nice hammer. Increased volume. We do have this RSI divergence now. These two on the daily. So we'll see. It's been hanging out. I mean, it's really just been plummeting, but it's at these levels. You know, it hasn't really bounced off of them yet, so maybe big ups. Big ups would be nice if there's if the storage data pushes it, I guess. And I opened a short ES yesterday, near the end of day. I think around here. Yeah, around here, opened up ES short, and it went against me significantly. Huge rip, and I don't usually want to hold through data unless I'm green on it. I can have a stop limit in case it goes against me. But I decided, all right, I'm gonna hold this one. Usually it wicks. I can get an exit one way or the other. Sometimes it just goes the other way, but I was ready for it. And thankfully we did get a big wick down, so I was able to close it out here. I closed it. I think my cost was like right here on the futures, like right around here, or it would be on SPY. So it was negative 1500 before the data came out from this move from here to here, and then from here to where I closed it was plus 1500. It's like, yeah, that's why holding through data is gnarly. So happy to be out of that. I'm up on the day, which is great, and now this nat gas contract is up 250, but not bad. Only one contract. It's crazy. Like sometimes I'll do 3 of those, and I don't know. It's weird. It's one contract. Pretty good sometimes. If you get volatility, I guess. BBBY. Yeah, another just repeating the same pattern. Gapping up. 4.5 was the high on there. And now my TD account, I can sell covered calls on it. I might not be able to today. It might take like a day of like a day. I'm dipping in and out of that 25K mark actually. So CPLI, I don't know. I guess it was kind of, I mean, I was just kind of looking at the charts and really look at it. Basically, I had expectations, I think. I heard it was somewhat bearish overall, but market's not really showing that yet. Let's see, 6.5, yeah. I don't know. I mean, we almost hit 400 in the pre-market. So this little rip that was we saw with breaking that high, it played out. It just next day kind of gave me some doubts, but yeah, it ended up playing out perfectly. Even filled. Did it fill all those gaps? No. Well, it will have filled this gap if it comes down, because I think we're going to open basically right up here. So there you go. Should have went with my long. Should have just went long and held it. Held through the volatility, because yeah, it was a breakout and it was bullish indicators. So now at top, we might be at a top now though. $398. I don't really know. Up is up. Let's see what the market does once it opens. It's up 4%. Box day looks like it's over with for now. Happy you sold your BBY calls? I mean, it was a good choice. Yesterday was a good time to sell, honestly. But there was a huge day on BBY, so not to say you can't get back in, but yeah, this was a good exit. It was what, 45% or something yesterday? 68%. But most of the day it was in the 40s. So I would imagine it starts slowing down. Because this thing is it's running pretty hot now. That RSI, I mean, it's just blowing through resistances though, which is pretty awesome. We're gonna be up here at open. Wow, I'm kind of right at that resistance that I have there. That, or no, a little above it. 42. We'll see if it breaks that today. They might be kind of a flat, one of the gap ups, and then just flat days. Somewhat flat, more like this than yesterday, you know, something like this. That'd be nice. Now yeah, my position, I'm able to maybe consider exiting or cover calls or something at least. Oh, when you mean sold calls, you mean shorted them? Like you didn't close, you opened? You should cover calls for next week at 3. They honestly might be okay, but I would probably $3 for next week. I would wait today, and if today's a rip, I would maybe try and roll it on a high today in the first hour or so. You don't want it to get too far away from you. And a good time to roll is when it's ripping like this, even if you just opened it. Kind of, at least that's from my experience. It's better to do that than to kind of wait. I used to just wait. If it was way deep in the money, I'd wait until basically expiration, and then I'd figure out if I want to roll or not. But I couldn't always get, like, the premiums I think are better when it's ripping, you know, because the IV's still high. So by the time next Friday rolls around, if the IVs have dropped a lot, you won't get as nearly as good of a roll. because what you're opening will just have lower IV than what it does right now. It's one of the kind of tricky how it plays out, but yeah, that's something I've still been searching out like a good answer for. Best time to roll, and with something that has high IV and is volatile, then it seems like the best time to roll is when it is still volatile, even if you've just recently opened it. The boat? Pretty cool. Harker says likely to take a couple of years to get inflation to 2% target. Yes, this count is just teetering back and forth around that 25k. I'll try and maybe open a cover call today just to see if I can, but I think it might have to have the day close above 25k, and then the next day, I'm assuming, since them removing the restriction was going to take a day anyways, which is maybe a good thing, or maybe a little blessing in disguise, because it's pushing me off rolling or opening covered calls longer and longer. Yeah, nat gas is ripping, but I didn't get two of those. Yeah, just that one contract is up 362. So, yeah, I saw it make this move, did the breakout. I wanted to buy it, and I said I'll just wait, and I'll just get it back at VWAP, and thankfully it came back to VWAP for me to enter. And stuck with it. I like the longer term on it. Not longer term, but the hourly. Hourly looks bullish. Got everything like there, broke that resistance. Kind of getting to resistance now up here. But we'll see if once the storage numbers come out today at 10:30. So that might have an effect, might not. Sometimes it does for sure though. All right, 1 minute. All right, market is open. Yeah, Party City had a gap up also. Some profit taking on BBBY a little bit. GME is kind of holding that gap up. We might have a big day on GME too. That could definitely be a possibility. A 40% day. Yesterday's volume was pretty significant compared to the last 2 weeks. Let me erase these drawings. I don't know if I'll trade any on ES futures today. Probably keep it pretty mellow since I've kind of hit my cap. See. Yeah, that is the kind of the tricky thing. So that's why, yeah, if you roll it on one of these big up days, then uh, if the volatility slows down, you should be able to get profitable on it. You can close it. You don't want to hold it that long. You don't have to wait till expiration or wait till anything. You can just close it when it's up. Coin. Um, yeah, it's been ripping, right? Because of or no, coin wasn't. All the other crypto ones were ripping. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be a good spot for puts. It's momentum wise, everything's still bullish on it, but this is kind of just moving with in crypto, and crypto's kind of been lagging the market as far as kind of this little bear market rally we've had. Finally, the last like day or so, it's moved up a little bit, but it's kind of hitting right on that resistance. So kind of depends on your take on CPI and if that's bullish or if we're going to come down from that. Um, Market looks like it could go up a little more before it reverses. Does still have that gap. So maybe a little more upside on coin before it comes down, but yeah, just have to kind of see how today plays out. 398 is that? Oh, that's kind of the high there. Yeah, I mean, if you get enough time and close enough to the money, could be good. Always safe if you think you're early on something. Don't want to get exposure. So market's coming down. New low on the day. BBBY is ripping. Wow. GME moving with the market again. Still hasn't really had its move yet. Hasn't really detached from the market. Bath just hit that resistance from pre-market. Let me see if I can open a covered call. Dude, the premiums are insane on BBY. A four and a half for next Friday is almost $100. Okay. My account literally is fluctuating back and forth. I probably have to wait a day. Vulcan might have been a good entry after all. It was kind of just right at that resistance. I didn't want to go for it. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's right here. BBY coming down here. Okay. It's holding up though. It doesn't seem like we've seen like really any profit taking on BBY. I mean, maybe we have, but it's just been overwhelmed by buying. Maybe no one's taking profits yet because everyone's still underwater. Yeah. Math is holding up. It might have another rip day. Even if it holds up here, it's already up 20%. War Chest shared this gamma ramp on BBBY. 99,000 contracts at $4. Yeah, look at this thing. This is a big spot. This is a big level, this 4. Might need a couple days or a day to consolidate before it really holds up above 4. That's going to be conditions option do see some interesting things. Vortex short squeeze type 3 signal. This is by Tendy Baron. Oh, I think I remember him from Wall Street Bets, maybe. Recognize that name. Analyst walking away from covering BBY. I did see that one analyst walking away. That is interesting. I don't know if that's bullish or not. Second, oh, that's right. I forgot I was on Reg Show. Bar rate is exploding. Hard to express my enthusiasm, but just keep in mind that besides the current technical setup, the company's announcement of their strategic decision, bankruptcy, or buyout merger, etc., will be way more market moving. Yes, I agree. Obviously, I hope for speculation materializes, but regardless, don't forget big profits at some point. What is the bar rate on there? Coming back up, holding that level. So GME's bar rate still in the 20s, which is very interesting. I don't remember a time. I mean, there was this time it was high, but our price was also high. I don't remember a time when we've been at a low like here and here, and then it just went up and held without price action, right? Because anytime it's gone from a low and ripped up, there's always been a spike in price action. You know, this level it held. This was after it already went up and came back down. So, seems like we're missing our rip based on just the borrow fee. SPY's coming down more. Is GME moving with it? Not really. A little bit. Looks like volume shut off. Party is ripping. Yeah, I mean it's got some making up to do for yesterday. When GME? I don't know. This might be a longer, more sustained rally. And not just like a 2 or 3 day spike. I think we will get that 2 or 3 day big move if this is a longer sustained rally, but this might be more of like a May run. Back here, isn't it May? Yeah, something more like this. Rallying with consolidation in a couple big days, and then of course up here it just got volatile. Big candles. I think that kind of volatility in range is now above 30. That's what it seems like it is. So looks like the market is taking it at bearish somewhat. Breaking that support. Okay, what is the max pain on GME went up to 1750. Is that on the table? Oops. That's definitely on the table. Max pain. SPY just melting through that support. This really isn't a big move at all from CPI. I think this is like the smallest move we've had for a while. BBBY borrow fee is at 42. Oh, what that was talking about, skyrocketing. Not really skyrocketing on here. Let's see, 1223. Yeah, I mean, it ripped up. Oh, wait. Never mind, it is skyrocketing. Just not showing up here. Oh, because it's not available. Okay, yeah. Last time it had data, at least on this chart, was 13%. Why isn't this loading? That's weird. It's not even showing. Yeah, last time there were shares available on here, it was 42%. It was January 9th. It was Monday. They've been they've been out since Monday. GME's just shut down today. Go back to sleep. SPY just broke that support. I'm waiting. I might enter a trade. I'm gonna maybe just trade a range if it does it, but I'm chilling. Yeah. That gas is settling down a little bit. It's crazy how GME can just have all that volume and then next day just be shut down. Maybe it'll turn back on, but so far this is not gonna keep a rally going. Got BBY 430 in the money cover calls. In the money, why not at the money? All right, BBY is coming down now. Well, it's still holding support from pre-market. Your cost basis is 430. You want out? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I mean, depending on how volatile this is, might be better just to sell the shares. Like, we might be getting some profit taken today on BBBY. Yeah, four is going to be a big level. It does break that. Looking at that gamma ramp. But yeah, I mean that is a good way to get out. But you think if you sell those covered calls today and then comes down 10%, you're not going to make back what you would have on the shares if you sold the shares now, and if you sold covered calls. You know what I mean? So like, the 10% of the shares is worth more than the amount of premium you're going to be able to collect from selling covered calls if you close a position soon. Because selling calls is you're selling time, so you want time to go on. If you're looking to just exit, if you're going to hold the shares, then yeah. Because I've kind of had the same thought. If you think the rally's maybe over. Yeah, CPI came out this morning, 8:30. It was, I think, 6.5, so basically what the consensus was. Jobless claims, PPI, all the other data came out also. I think it's slightly bearish. Uh, and it looks like the market is actually reacting the same way. All right, BBY broke that support. See if it holds at 350. Got that gap fill at 350. I'm not convinced the run is over, but they definitely need to push it down below 4 for now, and probably into the end of the week. It needs to cool off. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Probably just going to sit tight for a bit. Wait for next week. Even if we don't close above 4 this week, if it closes above, I don't know, $2.50, $3, there's going to be some, I think there'll be some action next week on it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, gillied up. It's been a while, man. Um, I don't think it's necessarily done. It's getting volatile now, both ways, and but I mean, IV on calls is insane, so you definitely want to sell when IV's high. The 4 level is gonna be a big level. So I mean, it's still up 9%. They've been out of shares since Monday, and the borrow fee was at what, 43% then, which is more than doubled. That gas is holding up. We've got 40 minutes for that data to come out. See if it moves something. Might take profits on up. SPY's coming down more here. New lows. It's gonna get to yesterday's low. I closed my futures this morning about right here, but there's no way I could have known this was gonna happen, so I'm very pleased with my exit. Even if this is the top and we keep coming down, I can always get back in. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe SPY looks like it wants to come all the way down to the support. See if it bounces there. BBBY bouncing on that level we have drawn. 37.45. Yeah, I have it all zoomed in. Just so you can see this stuff easier, especially if people are on mobile. Over here is just some positions. Over here is watch list. And the bottom is just toolbar, and the top is more toolbar stuff. Oh yeah, Biden was talking today. I don't think he's talking yet though. I think 10 or 10:30. They kill around with borrowed shares. We would see high volume regardless, right? Yeah, I mean even at the top you're gonna see high volume. That's what you're asking. Yeah, yes. BBY is on reg show, and there's definitely gamer ramp. And this is all without news, so this is most likely just some shorts covering added with some people just riding the wave. So people riding the wave are going to take some profits, and that'll slow it down. And there's still more shorts that need to be covered. They're going to start covering. So you're not going to see, you know, that's maybe what you're seeing here. It's like profit taking, but then shorts having to cover, causing it to rip and not really drop much. Shorts reloading and getting back into it. I think once we get to that point, like significant amount, it will probably have a lot more downward pressure, I would imagine. You know, there's some here, but they're waiting for a nice high level first, and maybe they're, you know, someone's short on it or wants to be. They might also be anticipating some news that might make it rip and wanting to get out before that happens. Might be nice long here on the SPY. Got that double doji, and this is setting up and engulfing. Not really at a great level, but so GME's volume shut off, just moving with the market again. We'll see if we get turned back on today. But it is holding below that 19 level I had for now. I mean, yeah. But this is good, and this goes along, if it does kind of slow down here for a bit, this goes along with one of these longer sustained rallies like this one. And this one, this is what I forgot to mention in the video yesterday. These ones that are longer and sustained, they happen earlier in the month and kind of come into OPEX. And then you have T+2 from OPEX with even bigger moves. So most of the little shorter spikes are just at end of the month after OPEX. You know, this is the 24th. So this was early. This one kind of started here, so you could say that's post OPEX. This one was prior to OPEX too, so this one's pretty violent though, I think, just because of RC buying in. So that long, we'll see how high it bounces, but so far the long we've been pretty good. BBBY is holding up very well if there is profit taking going on. So that could just be a battle between shorts closing and maybe people going along here. I don't know. 200% round like the good old days. Did you see that that picture, that meme of Bed Bath & Beyond showing what Beyond is? Pretty funny. It has a graveyard behind the the store. Let's see. Yeah, it's a pretty solid bounce on that 37.45. I play zero SPS right now. I mean, I have. That's not like something I do that often or my bread and butter. If I'm playing SPY op or market options, it's usually on SPY, usually not SPX. I've been trading futures though, so the ES contracts, which is follows the S&P. Bullish market outlook. For BBBY, I don't think necessarily it matters too much. I think this is all kind of an isolated incident, this rally on BBBY, not from an overall market rally or risk on or anything like that. At this point, it'll get to a level to where, yeah, it won't be able to sustain if the market's crashing. Once shorts have closed out and there's no bullish news, then yeah, it'll just move around with the market or come down. Pairs would be dead. Futures are, it's basically just like shares on leverage or margin. They're much more simple than options. So yeah, there's only, as far as there's like dates for future contracts, but there's no strikes, right? The strike is basically the price it's at. So you're agreeing to buy or sell it at this price at a future date, whatever price it's at. So there's no IV, there's no theta decay. So it really is just like shares with margin and leverage, like 9-to-1, I think. Yeah, it is more simple. We're getting a rip here. So, I mean, this dip and rip with BBY does look like it's moving with the markets right after I said that, but based on the last 3 days, I'm not too convinced BBBY has been moving with any sort of market movement. So yeah, you got that engulfing, you've got that double doji candle. Nice little reversal there. I might be looking for a short at a nice nice high. We'll see. This isn't a very nice, this isn't one of the levels I have for support, so kind of weird to bounce there. Yeah, in a sense it's safer, in a sense it's more risky. I mean, yeah, it is safer, I would say. I mean, you can definitely blow up an account with it, same way with options. Most people with options, they just go long. You know, they buy calls or buy puts. So your position sizing with options is typically would be smaller. You wouldn't put, 10 grand into one option contract or a lot of options at a single strike or single date. With futures, that's kind of what you're doing. They're holding a certain amount of capital as their margin, and then you're getting leverage to a much higher degree. So with this, I have a natural gas one right now. I don't actually know the amount of leverage this one takes, or the amount of capital this one holds. These are smaller contracts. This is just a mini natural gas. So it's 10 grand in like notational value basically. And then they probably hold like 2,000 or maybe $1,000 of capital. And natural gas, UNG is the futures contract basically follows this UNG, but the actual symbol for it is QGG /QGG. So you can see it here. So since this is I think this is what, no, February natural gas, it's QGG3. So here's the chart for it. Basically looks like UNG. So then whatever percentage, goes up or down, it's basically like having $9,400 worth of shares, right? So 10 grand goes 1%, you're up 1,000. No, sorry, 10%. BBBY, look at that little dip to scare everyone out. It is interesting though, it did coincide with the market. So if it starts linking up with the market, it definitely seems like the run is slowing down, which is fine. It's good to consolidate. Yeah, I think you're right. I think just even above 4. Yeah, come Wednesday, because Monday's closed. Could even be Tuesday, big day, but come Wednesday, there should be some serious price action beginning. That's what you did on GME. What did you do? Yeah, that's kind of interesting because BBY really hasn't been tracking it. This move actually end of day, that maybe did link up. Yeah, that was just a crazy pump of money into the market the last 10 minutes. Let's see, after hours. No, I mean BBY just ripped up on its own, so up had a little bounce here. That one for now. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I mean you get more leverage, or the opportunity for more leverage with options. So with futures, it's fixed. It's a fixed amount of leverage. Whereas with options, of course, you can pick a further strike, less time, and you're gonna get the most leverage. But they're less likely to, of course, be profitable. 10K into one call strike, just load it up on one. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's if you were somewhat new to the market, you didn't know how special and rare that was, being up that amount, or just that event in general. So it's hard to have played it good and rational if it was kind of an early exposure to the market. Even honestly, all of 2021 was that way, just with how the market was pumped. I mean, that was like the fastest bull market I think ever in history. So unprecedented. Yep, pretty. This might be a good short on the market up here now. Just looking for an opportunity. I am I'm up on the day at my cap, so I'm trading very slowly, which probably will give me better success also. Yeah, that 4 level. It's gonna be a battle. A battle for the 4s. Yeah, that's true. Pretty good volume still this morning. 62 million. That's actually insane volume. Which um could be good and bad if it's not a big day. A lot of buyers and sellers right at this level. If you look on GME, like on the rips, some of the biggest volume is on the peak. This peak, this peak, this peak. Not to say it works like that with everything, but see this one, the big volume, and then that was just the beginning. But here, this one, the volume tapered as it went up. Market's still moving up. That one, the peak, was on the biggest volume. Minimum over 4. Spies ripping back up. BBBY. We don't really have quite the same data like GME. See, on this move though, yeah, the biggest volume was the day before the peak. Depends on how the candle closes though, red or green. And this was RC buying in, I think. That long still would have been a good long. I don't know if I'm bullish on it though. Maybe for gap fill still. That 398. One last little blow off the top. We're about to make new high on the day. Yeah, the RC buying was crazy. 20 for next week. No, I don't see that happening next week. Yeah, I mean, um, if it continues to be crazy, I mean, I suppose I could get to double digits, but I'm not holding my breath. I think if they come out with merger or something news, um, yeah, maybe it could get to double digits, but I think it'd be down here, low doubles, and um, and then you'd have to wait to see what the price, if they were selling it or it's being acquired or whatever, what price that would be at, if if it was higher or lower. But that's a lot of what ifs. If there's no news and we just kind of keep going up on this rally, which is, I don't know, shorts closing some, mixed with maybe a gamma ramp, then I think they'll be able to shut it down before, probably before there. Maybe at one of these resistances. This one sticks out as a big one. This 4 is a big one to cross, so 4.5. Yeah, I probably don't think 20 by next week. If it doesn't go bankrupt, then eventually it could get back to 20 for sure. But that might be years. No, RC didn't buy back in. No. 5 end of the day would be very bullish. Even though it doesn't seem very far from here. After the rally it's had. That would be very bullish. Spy, I mean, Spy's kind of had crashes in the last year. Nothing crazy, but I mean, look at these. You look back at like 2008, 2001. In the bear markets, there were crashes that looked like this. So, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, 7 weeks of just red. Uh, the big we probably won't get a COVID crash. That was unprecedented as well. We still could get, big move. Here's what, that's 2001. So look, even in 2001, which was the dot-com bubble and you have a market crash more or less, that was similar to what we had last year, a move like that in that amount of time. 2008, you had more of a crash right here, but that was in a bear market where you had other somewhat of crashes. This was just the biggest, fastest one. I think this is still coming, but this was from an external factor. So I think we have that, but there has to be some catalyst, some bankruptcy, I think some sort of external news event that causes it like that. Otherwise, probably just more bear market stuff. Look at that weekly candle. We're getting right up to that line. Oh, we're kind of past it even. Oh. Yeah, that would coincide with that 398 level I have. So maybe it's a good opportunity to short up there. 398 is actually what we hit in pre-market. 398.77. That gap fill is basically right there also. When I go to hourly, it messes up. This line is up here. Maybe a break above it, but just a false break and come back down. Got that weekly divergence back there, which is bullish. Market's just choppy in a range. Like it's rejecting the new high for now. Fills the 5 gap, head to 6 and 10. Let's see. Let's look at the volume on it. Is there a gap at 5? I see the gap down there. I don't see gap until 11. Whoa, SPY's ripping. So tiny gap up here at 6.4. About to new high on day. This is just like the other day. So far, right here. I think here, yeah, right here. Oop. Yeah, I don't see a gap at 5, but let's look at the volume on there. How many days? I think there'll be some cool off for sure. If some news doesn't come out of a possible merger acquisition or bankruptcy off the table, I think this rally will be much shorter, and this might be the end of it. Honestly, it could be the end this week. But if we close this week above some pretty key levels, 3.5, 4. Even without news, I think we'll see somewhat of a gamma squeeze continuing next week. But you'll probably just see more volatility. Big days to the downside also. Kind of like a little bit like Party City starting to do, but the option chain on BBBY is way more stacked. Let's see. There's kind of volume at different prices. So yeah, a lot of volume in these range. We kind of gapped through. Yeah, so that's shown a resistance kind of at the top of this range, which is one of the lines I had, the 574. That would be a spot, and then the 6.8 is kind of another resistance, but there's not much volume, so it could, like you said, if it breaks through here, it could kind of suck up back up to that 10 where there's more volume. Yeah, that'd be wild. That'd be a huge move. It's holding up good though. It's crazy. Another day with a gap up and then just consolidation so far. It does look like it's a little more prone to moving with the market today though. And even end of day yesterday, that we noticed that rip on SPY. Pulling everything up, pulled BBY up too. GME's volume's dead. I think Biden's on in 10 minutes. Probably listen to that, see if he has anything that moves the market. We haven't really seen Biden move the market much. Yeah, I think he's on in 10 minutes. Microsoft employees are getting unlimited time off. What does that mean? Fed swaps show less than 50 basis point combined hikes for February, March. Fed pause. Fed whispers Whisper says Fed to hike 25 basis point in February after today's inflation report. Hmm. Maybe gonna get stopped out on my natural gas. I just decided to hold it. It's coming back down for the natural gas data. The data on natural gas storage comes out at 10:30. If it dumps on it, it'll definitely stop me out. Could have taken profits, I suppose, but it's not as fun. Dark Brandon. See if I can get it. BBBY to the moon. Alright, let's see if I can find watch my other. There he isn't. Looks like wow, looks like it's bull flagging up here now. I want to break the highs. I think he's supposed to come out at 10:30. Yeah, that's a ton of volume on Bath this morning. We keep an eye on the borrow fee, see when they have shares back. Doesn't always mean like that's a top or when it dumps. Just kind of interesting to look at. Oh, ISPO. I rejecting that new high. Might be a nice entry on Hellbiz. Up. Box D, those runners holding up all right. Oh yeah, my nat gas just got filled. He's not there. The nat gas storage should be coming out 10 seconds. Take our gold again. Yeah, especially if it rips into close. I mean, it's had all week to build up hype, so it's not like it's not like one of those times when it just Friday rips, so then it marinates in people's minds all weekend wanting to buy it. But yeah, if it stays up, that seems to help. All right. So yeah, nat gas dumped a little bit on the data. I don't know what it is now. It's coming back up. He's fashionably late. It does look like BBBY is moving with the market some today for sure. It's interesting with all that volume though. I think it'd be able to just move on its own. Not necessarily. I mean that could be bullish really. If they're raising capital to survive, that would mean they're not going to go bankrupt. They're doing stuff to pay off debts. Yeah, that would slow it down if they're selling shares in the market for sure. Do they have to, don't they have to file something before they do that? I don't know if they can just do that arbitrarily whenever. Yeah, I mean that's true. Market's moving right back up. But they don't, they don't know if the share price will go higher just like us. So I saw that. Were you the one posting that on Discord? Saying this, maybe they're offering shares here, but do they have a filing that gives them the right to just offer shares? $150. 150. Oh, I don't know. I haven't kept up with it. If it's holding up like this and they're selling $150 million worth, that's pretty awesome. So yeah, I mean, you would think it'd be bearish them having a share offering, and it could be, but if it's going to go bankrupt and they're doing stuff to make it survive, that could be looked as bullish. If we do know that they have the opportunity to offer shares, and then they come out and say we've already sold all the shares, that's usually bullish. Once they announce that they've already offered all the shares, so not necessarily bad. The short term of the rally could be slowed or stopped, I suppose, but not necessarily. Them announcing that they're going to start offering shares could do it, but if they've already announced it, then that was always there, that information. That's my take. Someone else. Yeah, anyone, even yeah. It seems like most stocks when they disclose, oh wow, nat gas is ripping now. Um, when they disclose that they've finished offering their shares, it's bullish, of course. Just like when Elon Musk says he was going to sell shares, it made it drop, and then once he said he was done, then it made it rip. Or yeah, GME, same deal. I think the nat gas numbers were bearish, but I think there was more than they thought on the storage. I'm not sure why it would rip. So nat gas storage was 11 billion. Previous was 22 point or 221 negative 221 billion. Not sure what the. I'll have to look up what the expectations were. It doesn't say here the forecast. There's actual. There's previous. Oh, you think that make it drop, but it's already so low. Oh, that's what was expected. Negative 11. Why is it negative 11? That thing says 11. Walter Bloomberg tweeted it's negative 11. I guess that was expectations. What kind of tin do you got on here, Juice? Free float 115 million. Yes. Buys moving back up. By AIBB. With that 150 million. This is what you were talking about. You are the same person. Just keep the company alive is enough. Yeah, I mean, if there's a huge short position on it and the company's not going to go bankrupt, then and they're pricing it for bankruptcy, then yes, there's going to be definitely huge moves to the upside. For sure. I don't remember that either. It seems weird that the board would explore bankruptcy options before completing that offering, thereby opening themselves up to a breach in their fiduciary responsibilities. To think of it, it seems weird that they would hamstring themselves by capping the authorized at the money offering at 150 million. They could have easily chosen to severely dilute the company's value to preserve capital and stave off bankruptcy for a bit. Why did they do this? Oh yeah, that's right. It's probably ours. This guy actually just thinking out loud. It's probably because someone asked not what his company could do for him, but what he could do for his company, and kept them afloat long enough to complete this merger. Just going to take care of all of this. The company's going bankrupt within weeks. It's almost like they have a plan to utilize current assets and the unique predicament that those betting against their company have placed themselves in. I don't know. Shut up, Josh. You're totally on it. Yeah, no, it's a good point. The stocks and the companies that they represent are totally disconnected. um, GME is a case in point, but there's lots. So yeah, if they don't go bankrupt, this is what I kept telling Moon when he kept averaging down and averaging down, and I was just sitting on this huge position that was just bleeding. Like, I'm not averaging down, but it's going to be a good deal if they don't go bankrupt. You know, all through these levels. Once it broke that 4.5, really, this level we're back up at, I was like, oh boy. And then it broke yearly lows, and this was all just pricing for bankruptcy. So if you bought in down here and it's not going bankrupt, it was great value. At least not immediately, I guess. Not going bankrupt immediately. Bull flag? Not really. It is just consolidating though, and it's bounced off this support, so that's all good still. You rolled your covered calls. Oh, at least you got up to $5, I guess. Yeah, you opened those on that first day, huh? The float on BBY was 86 million yesterday. Did it go up? It's 115 million now. You're saying they offered shares? I don't know what it was yesterday. Bullion says Yahoo was 78 million free float. Spies rejecting that again. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, for sure. You've got a ton of exposure on it. What do you think? What is your cost basis? I know it's higher, but with all the money you've made selling premium, what does it come down to? Do you know? Elbiz. Okay, you split an apple. Okay, go wash your hands, buddy. Might jump into Hellbiz. Move my up. Seven, that's with the premium of selling calls. Yeah, consolidation is definitely good. Yeah, I mean it shows it's wanting to find a higher support and sustain. It's not just flushing down.
Inflation has come down. Measured over the last 12 months, it has fallen 6.5 to 6.5%. That's down from 7.1% the month before. It's down from 9.1% this summer.
Yeah, he's just politicking. This might be a good short on SPY. Mm. So I have an RSI divergence here, but it's on the hourly. I'm gonna wait for this candle to close to see. Got a minute. Oh, you averaged down with your shares. Oh, kind of selling off here. The SPY. GME, no volume, not flinching. BBBY, tons of volume, not flinching. All the way back to VWAP. Hellbiz is going. I wanted it. Yeah, I'm gonna close my up for now. It's been fun. Let's see what we do. 23%. It was like 30 yesterday, but that's what happens when you try and not trying to time the tops. Just with momentum. So sell after the peak. And it still could keep going really. Buy's coming down more. That candle did close engulfing. Kind of want it to bounce now. I don't want to open a short down here at VWAP. Alright, I'm at a up. I don't think I can open a position on that account yet. Oh, did my sell just do that? How many was it? 1700? No, it doesn't even show up on time in sales. Why would it? Oh, maybe it went in 2 orders. I sold 1739. See it on there. Maybe this one, but well, that'd be a buy, right? Hmm. Hmm. I'll look for an entry to get some Helpez shares. This thing has definitely had big moves. Got a green candle over the 9 back here, bullish MACD. Today's candles looking even better. Broke that resistance back here. We'll see. For it to cool down a little bit. What's up, Kyle? I don't want to go back long on that gas. All right, BBBY looks like it's coming down to test this 37.45. GME is just off. Yeah, I think there was some shorts closing on BBBY. If it's correlated with GME and needed liquidity, I don't know. Big drop in the market? Maybe. See if BBY bounces here at all. Hmm. Got that gap fill 3.5. Nation. I think it's finding support there. Jimmy's holding up good actually, even without any volume. Retail does add a little bit of sprinkle of options push, I think, on the BBBY move or any move. But yeah, I agree. Big money versus big money. Or the little urchins riding the side of the whale. Shelter CPI increased 7.5%, the highest since 1982. Just call it Buffy. I refuse. I'll call it Bath from time to time. Yeah, it's good. It looks like it's wanting to bounce on that support. Bath. I don't think I can open. Yeah, I can't do it yet. Yeah, Biden didn't say a whole lot. Biden says materials found in the locked garage. He said he'll veto what the Republicans do. Oh, the bill to abolish IRS and eliminate the national income tax, that one. And replace it with the national sales tax. He actually whispered that. ISPO. Doesn't look too bad. BBBY. We'll send it that support, but that's good. Even a gap fill here, like, wouldn't be too bad. Put another order for a long contract on nat gas at VWAP. Now that the data's out, I'm more comfortable holding it. But we'll see if it fills. Dude, GME. What in the world? It's just off. Nice bull flag on GME though. I guess flights are back to normal. That was weird, I forgot about that. All the airports like shut down yesterday. Their computer system. I think it's a computer system. I think they're all back on now. So there's a very tight range for CPI rate data. Even the move right after in the pre-market, that was pretty small. I suppose it's because it met expectations, but still, it's is this thing still trading? So those I want to see what those cash secured puts are doing. Those are up. That's crazy. The open cash secured puts on GME yesterday. Where was that? I think it was like somewhere around. Oh, it was when we were hitting VWAP. Yeah, it was here. Open up cash secured puts here for next Friday. And they went down a little bit just to the end of the day. They were down maybe like 10%. And now today, just with it being flat, they are okay, the theta farming day. They're up 23%. So they've taken a 30% swing just from yesterday to today, from not even the price going up, just it's staying flat. Buy's coming back down to VWAP here. Holder Sawson sells 19 million shares of party. See if it moves it. Alright, it's breaking below VWAP now. Check my BBBY roll options. I've got these 59 strike. Alright, SPY's breaking VWAP. So this was the trigger, this engulfing candle, then waiting for the bounce to enter. Because that's still the trigger and at a resistance, so this potentially could have been a good short. It was close to VWAP though, so BBY looks like it's bouncing off that support. That's good. Let's see what we can do. February 10. That's gonna be way too far to the money. I don't even have higher strikes. 6.5. Wait a minute. Don't they? This maybe not showing all of the strikes. Showing all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. Weird, I thought they had higher strikes. Okay, well, anyways. I have to probably look at quarterly options. There we go. So March 17th is a quarterly. I'm at 8 strikes, so if I go to 7, still a debit. Right? Yeah. It's close though. This should be a credit, right? Last trade is 535. This should be a credit also. It's not bad to March 17th. A day before earnings. Yeah, it's a credit. 45 is the last trade. But it costs 450 to close this one, 45 to open this one. I'd receive a credit. I think. This is weird. I don't usually look at it on this screen. Yeah, BY is bouncing off that support. Just hanging out. Wonder if that would fill. So I do have some rolling options, it looks like. Whether I want to roll it further or not, I mean, I guess ideally it would be above 8 by next Friday. SPY bouncing on VWAP. Nat gas at the high of the day. Didn't come back down to fill me. BBLA announces reverse split. This could be a bullish thing. Reverse splits have been going crazy lately. 1 for 40 reverse split effective January 13th. And it's a therapeutic company. Biopharmaceutical. I might play it. What was other tickers that did well with reverse splits recently? You guys remember it all? Right, bounce off. Bounce off VWAP. It's crazy chop. bullish bounce on BBBY. On Bath. That gas is here. See if it breaks from here. Checks. I haven't ordered VWAP. I picked it up. Let's see. I picked it up here. Here? Yeah, right here. No. Yep. I got stopped out here. And this was the natural gas storage drop and rip. Bed Bath back to VWAP. Very bullish. How's that, Bed Bath? Nice. Albiz looks like it wants to keep going. Yep. What range that is on GME. NRGV's chart looks pretty nice. We got shares up here at 470. I close those once it gets up there. Is there any news on this? Albiz was maybe the better play over birds. There has been some bullish news the last couple days. Albiz expands its fleets across Austin, Honolulu, Orlando. Expands across North America without raising cost, nearing profitability. I mean, increased its fleet size in Austin by 63% in the last 2 weeks. Increased by 26% in Honolulu. Orlando 65%. Awesome buyer. Thanks, JH. Just want to compare these reverse split ones. See when they ripped. On the day. That just had a 1-day move. Wonder if this was a move from the news of them reverse splitting. There was buyer split, but it kept selling off after that. This is also the same space, I think. Biotech, it's close, I think. There was a couple more. Bed Bath broke VWAP. Just with a wick though. Natural gas breaking the high. Yeah, M&A or some sort of news like that would definitely push this thing into a gamma squeeze, I think. There's Helbiz breaking out. Hmm. Yep, we're gonna go crazy again. Yeah, it looks like it. A little bit crazy. There's Helbiz, top of my watch list. Like Bed Bath is rejecting VWAP for now, but this is bullish. It bounced off there for sure. They're possibly doing a share offer. I think an interested party would want them to raise 150 million, offering shares. I don't know about that. I don't know. Nine is coming up. We're gonna pump in energy stocks. Yeah. Whoa. Missed that run. That looks oddly familiar. Um, that was a nice rip right there. 584%. Never had like a very big day, so it didn't hit. Wasn't sitting on my watch list. Another one, CKIN. I just start swing trading these stocks with shares like I did with Up. That's not bad. Broke that resistance back here too. War chest. That was a pretty quick move there on BBBY. In and out. see. You're back out at break even? Because he looks like he bought it right here. Okay, what other data do we have today? Help is 20%. HBO Max raised their pricing. So I was looking at Warner Brothers. Oh man, I missed it. Help is getting pretty squeezy. Where do we mention it? Like right here? I think it was here actually, before that even bull flag. 1.8 cost basis. Shut up. It like barely even hit there. Just one day it hit there. Okay, 2 days. Okay, 3 days. You're not doing covered calls or anything? Just riding the shares? Netflix for earnings? I don't know. I haven't looked into it honestly. After last earnings. Oh, they've had one since. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Wow, that's crazy how much time has gone by. That was in April? What the heck? That's insane. We've had two earnings since. This was the last one I was thinking of. It was like the beginning of the year. It's almost been a year ago. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's filled the gap, just about, right? Filled that gap from the drop of the bad earnings. So I haven't played earnings really in a while. But those the earnings won't reflect Knives Out or Wednesday, because it'll be from before that. If you see anything from it, that'll be on the next earnings. BBBY? I mean, it could go bankrupt. I think the economy is going to definitely make some companies go bankrupt. So it's not like we're in a loose, easy money monetary system right now, like we have been. to where unprofitable companies can just keep floating around. So I don't know. Elbiz, dang man, 27%. This is kind of a resistance back here. Yeah, you put a note for it for next time. With earnings though, like it's such a crapshoot. It seems like you don't know what's been priced in. Has to do with expectations versus what actually comes out. Yeah. Look at this chop, man. Spike him back down to VWAP. Bed Bath couldn't break VWAP. Just stuck in this range still. Which is good. Consolidation. Up 12%. Not bad. Give me a 38. In January? Maybe 38 breaking this high. And up to that support or that resistance. Yeah, that's not a bad range. Elba is rejecting that level. I might even grab a long still though. This could be a multi-day. I'm like 2 o'clock once traders start getting back on. I have an end of day pump. They do have pretty bullish news. I mean, this might be a nice one for the long term. Same with up, but up is even probably a little bit more speculative.
you know, there's there's a lot more
What's this on
risk-reward
WW?
potential for a stock pop.
Right. All right. Thank you both. Alan Nuckman, Chief Market Strategist, BullseyeOption.com. Ben Lichtenstein.
Chart actually doesn't look too bad either.
A great big three today. Thank you.
Maybe not.
Coming up next,
The downside.
Spotlight Expedia in the online travel space. We'll find out why Booking is the top pick over at
I pick up shares and I'll move back to VWAP here on Hellbiz. Bed Bath rejecting VWAP some more. Looks pretty tethered today. Market tethered. There's economic data. That's what we had today. Bullard is speaking right now, and Barkin speaking at 12:40. Federal budget at 2. Say Thursday? It is, huh? Import price index, consumer sentiment index, early. Consumer inflation expectations. These can move a little bit at 10 on Friday. Monday's closed. Retail sales on Wednesday next week. BBBY. Initial jobless claims on Thursday. Manufacturing. Fed manufacturing on Thursday. Can't believe that Netflix earnings was almost a year ago. That's insane. I remember thinking it's dumped. I'm gonna wait on it for the long term. We've had almost a year and it's more than doubled. I thought we'd already found new lows by now. Crazy how much time's gone by. And the market, yeah, like you guys have pointed out, it's just haven't had our crash. It's just, I mean, it's possible it doesn't happen. I don't think this is the low still, but could be wrong. My most bullish case, the low would be this COVID high, 324 on SPY. But I'm thinking it's probably more like this high in 2018. Or even further. Yeah, that's wild. Market's coming down. See if it's affecting these ones. Just clipped VWAP, not really doing anything. It's kind of impressive that GME is holding up from its little rally the last couple days, especially with no volume. It is just kind of strange, actually. It hasn't had like a too big of a move yet, but in these last 2 days, and now it's just totally flat and no volume. Lots of new price action on GameStop since that split, it seems like. And SPY's bouncing on VWAP.
Overall, mixed report, but they did have some pretty decent commentary on how they would be able to adjust their balance sheet if we do see a little bit more of a slowdown when it comes to chip sales.
Yeah, so even with that warning, cautious outlook, demand concerns, I'm surprised you noted some of the good things there that they're doing, but 6% higher, I mean, that's a pretty notable move. Big day here for Taiwan Semi. Thank you for all of that. Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent on the TD
Taiwan
Ameritrade
Semi.
Network. Thank you. It's time for our spotlight. Online
Oh, I
travel
missed the move to
companies.
VWAP.
For more on that, let's welcome in
Just
Jed
wick
Kelly,
down
Senior
there.
Analyst over at Oppenheimer. Thank you for being with
Come on,
us.
Weeble, wake up.
We have things to talk about here,
Allah
Expedia
is
and
moving up.
Airbnb and just booking. Tell me a little bit about the big picture and the themes that you're following before I get to the specific names.
Yeah, I think the themes we're following is trying to find if there's any weakness we can see in travel
put an
trends.
order
I mean,
in.
right now, it's still
I'll put an
holding
order.
up pretty well. We saw American Airlines come out this morning,
Get another move.
raise their 4Q guidance. Delta reports tomorrow. We don't cover those names, but those, they'll probably give a 1Q outlook. But everything we are seeing is travel remains relatively healthy. I think investors are kind of having a tough time trying to say, how should we do our estimates versus like a potential recession? The only pockets of weakness we're really seeing right now are the ADRs in U.S. vacation rental markets. But a lot of that thing's being driven by two things. One, you had a pull forward of supply in, just from COVID, a pull forward of supply in those markets. And then number two, it's just travel patterns normalizing, like, people going back to urban areas, people traveling to other destinations. But still, like the trends remain relatively healthy.
And as we look at these three names, Expedia, Booking, and Airbnb, Booking is your top pick, right? I know you made a call on Expedia, but Booking, has that been the top pick, and what are they doing right?
Yeah, that's been our top pick. Travel, fundamentals and online travel started to matter, early last year, and we upgraded Booking, and on a relative outperformance, I think it outperformed the rest of our coverage by about 30%. It still remains our top pick, and it's largely, we use this theme, you got to know when to run the football, and Booking remains the cleanest story. It trades at a reasonable valuation. We see the least amount of earnings risk going into this year with Booking, so that's another thing. And then they're also returning a lot of free, they're doing capital returns.
More shifts out of your shares into your short puts on BBY.
Flow. So we continue to like the name, probably relative to Expedia and Airbnb. We did
Allah's
upgrade
moving.
Expedia. We think the valuation is now attractive. Its EBITDA now is, going to end up being close to 20% higher than its 2019 levels. Yet on an enterprise value, the stock's now probably 10% below. So we thought it was the time to upgrade made sense.
Yeah,
I know the volume
stays
is crazy on BBBY.
And you upgrade it to outperform. It's at about
It's crazy because it's also just been flat with all that volume.
Target, right? Do you think it could get there sooner?
I mean, some of that will be how if we have a recession, a lot of that's going to be driven by the macro.
SPY's bouncing off that VWAP.
If the macro's better than expected, then
AMV did a big sell-off.
Longer drawn out.
Elbiz I like.
I would expect shares to be pressured, but
right.
We think when you look over the next 12 to 18 months, when the dust settles, and
it looks like it's just consolidating. Really,
feel comfortable about buying stocks again. We think Expedia is going to.
Yesterday's move was huge on it. Was it like 200% or something?
And I know they have VRBO, Verbo, and then there's Airbnb.
Yeah, this one looks pretty good.
Is one much better than the other?
Putting up a bull flag here.
What they offer to clients, also when you look at the stocks.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this. I think if you look, Airbnb is a global brand. It's probably, it's worth a lot more than Verbo. Verbo's primarily, vacation rental, U.S. beach ski destinations, right? And, a lot of their bookings are driven through property managers. I think 60% of their bookings are probably driven through property managers, where Airbnb spans the entire travel segment, right? They're in urban destinations, they're in beach ski destinations. They do work with property managers, but they do work with individual hosts. I mean, if you look over the last 2 to 3 years, right, Airbnb's been executing as well as anyone. Post-COVID, just where we are in the stock perspective, there's a couple of things. One, it's, they still trade at a premium valuation relative to our coverage. And number two, they're really maintaining a lot of integrity around their supply, right? They are not going to want to lean into hotels to get more supply. So they could be a little supply constraint. So that's where we get a little bit more, we're a little more cautious on the room night growth or into next year until we can see get better visibility around the supply ramp. But as a company's perspective, I mean, Airbnb is as good as any company in online travel. I mean, I would call them 1A and 1B with them in booking.
Bullard
It's
says
just
Q4 GDP
where they are
growth
in the
looking
cycle,
better than
right? Because they
expected.
recovered so much
Right.
quicker from COVID.
Better global prospects this
Yeah,
year than just a
and
few
as you
weeks
said,
ago.
a global footprint, and a lot of the owners themselves are making those offerings. I mean, there has been, as you noted, some crackdowns. I mean, in the city here, I live in New York City, in Manhattan, and they,
What's popping off?
Out by the beach, there have been some new regulations. So
I like Hellbiz
they
chart.
are probably, on their
I
heels.
might take a
Folks
position
in
here.
the neighborhoods are on their heels. They don't want people
This
in and
one
out of their
I've played
neighborhoods
before.
or in their buildings and things like that. So they are
Proven
facing
price
some
action.
regulations. From
They've
time
had
to
bullish
time.
news the last couple days, but I'm
as
not
you
sure
said,
what's
the demand is
specifically moving
there,
it today.
and as long as they can try
Maybe
and
just
keep up the
technicals.
supply. Tell me about TripAdvisor. We left that one
Got a
out.
nice setup there.
Yeah,
Marty's kind of moving
TripAdvisor, they
back
have
up
a
a
new
little
CEO
bit.
this year. He
Ala
came
looks
from
like it was.
Trade Desk.
I don't like the
Listen,
chart on
this is
Tala as
one that
much,
they
though.
still
I don't
have
know.
the
Tala
highest
could be
amount
good.
of
Could just
Google
be.
risk. Whenever you go on Google Maps and you look at a hotel, or whenever you do on a search on Google,
And BBY, of course, had a gap up and now just consolidating nicely at up and
So
down
I think
range
what's
with
interesting
a ton
with
of volume this morning.
TripAdvisor is, can the new CEO, can he figure out a better way to monetize their traffic? They still have a lot of, they still have 400 million users. They have a ton of content.
And
I think
noticed
what we're
energy
trying to figure
stocks
out
like
is what's the
9.
right strategy for
Missed
this
a big move on
asset,
this over the last couple months.
with the Google risk. I think they will
I guess
spin
that's been
off
since
their
October.
experiences segment via
But
Tor
still,
once
it
market
was like
conditions
500%.
improve for IPOs.
All right, so travel still strong, not seeing the weakness, looking healthy, at least upon all your checks, Jed. Thank you. Jed Kelly, good
Thank
luck
you,
there
Nicole.
at those travel names. Appreciate it. Senior analyst over at Oppenheimer. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sillis is standing by. He's going to discuss Lucid, EV maker. Faring okay today.
Get some more plum.
Obviously,
Bloom.
it's a name that has been in the limelight and not in a good way. LCID next.
What do you mean plume? Oh, Lucid's next. Eyes moving up here a little bit. Just tight range though still. It would be good, seemingly, for the. Oh, Hellbiz looks like it wants to make a new high. Looks like BBBY and GME are both kind of moving with the market today, so SPY rip could help those. Bullard said inflation remains extremely high even after today's CPI data. It's still well above Fed's target rate, but it is moderating. I expect inflation to move down as we go forward. Our policy has been the right one. Might scale into some Hellbiz. I wanted it at VWAP, but I'll scale. right, I got some Hellbiz shares. Oh.
Sorry. Lucid. It's all you, George.
Hey, Nicole, how's it going today? Well, Lucid Motors, it's one of these electric vehicle manufacturers. It's in the luxury space with average selling prices over $100,000 that competes, as we know, with Tesla. They actually reported some delivery numbers today where they actually demonstrated about 53% year-over-year growth in total deliveries, exceeding the 7,000 unit delivery for 2022. They delivered about 7,100 units, but overall, Nicole, we know there's sort of been an EV or electric vehicle recession in this last year. We can actually see Lucid down about 82%. It's actually a very novel based company. It's starting to gain brand recognition. They're starting to expand production quite aggressively in the United States, as well as sales in Europe, but there are still, I think, some structural challenges with the new EV startups, but also with all EVs right now, as we know that Tesla is one of the mega caps that has been down significantly over the last year, with Lucid down about 87%, but also a lot of these names are still down about 50 to 60% over the last 6 months or so. There is some promising aspects behind Lucid, but there are also some negatives we got to keep in mind. Based on the $14 billion market cap, they have about $3.2 billion in cash, but unfortunately for Lucid, they're not generating a positive gross margin. So it looks like they're underestimated quite a bit their cost of goods sold in terms of production. They really need to increase prices to make up for that shortfall. They do have about $3.2 billion in cash on the balance sheet, but they're still burning about $2.6 billion a year. So overall, it looks like they have about a year's worth of cash available to them
They had
to
that much
increase their
cash. That's
production.
legit.
But you have to
Well,
keep in
share
mind
offerings,
that
I
right
guess.
now, I mean, think about Tesla. They're demonstrating really big challenges, especially with having them cutting prices for their automobiles.
I mean, look, it was lowered guidance. They exceeded it. But the truth of the matter is they're jumping this lowered bar, as you noted. And it's been, I said, it's been in the limelight, but not in a good way. It was, a year ago, everybody was so hot on Lucid. And look what it's done over the last 1 year, right? Down 82%. Thank you for the explanation on all the details. Thank you, George Sillis. A good look there at Lucid. Coming up next, a look at biotech, and we'll find out which names are on Wedbush's watch list for the new year to keep on your radar. That's next here on Trading 360. How do you view the group?
Sure. Well, I think it's timely to look at biotech, since healthcare and pharmaceuticals tend to hold up relatively well during bear markets and recessions. But to echo David, it's very expensive for biotech companies. They need cash to do the work of making medicines, and the cost of capital has increased a lot over the last 12 months. Historically, recessions have brought lower interest rates, and that benefits growth companies in biotech. But this time is very different, and I don't foresee the Fed pivoting in the immediate term. So this year-long downturn has forced publicly traded companies to sell stock at discounted prices.
Right, and this group, when you look over time, David, I mean, has been a winner when you compare it to the S&P 500, right? When you do historical analysis, and sometimes it really can run hot. I know sometimes it's not for the faint of heart. You have a group of outperforms. I saw an underperform on Novacure, but a group of outperforms, many names on that list. Tell me about some of the names that jump out at you the most.
Sure. To echo some of the defensive comments, one place to look for to play a little bit of defense if you think, again, small mid caps will be under pressure for capital availability reasons, is to look at larger caps or those with revenues. I don't cover too many of those, but one of my top picks on that for an outperform is argenx. So argenx is ticker ARGX. They have launched that significantly outperformed expectations with their lead drug called Vyvgart as the brand name. It treats myasthenia gravis. And importantly, it's not just a launch story on continuing to sell a drug into that space, but they should have a key expansion into a new disease called CIDP, which is related to myasthenia gravis, and they have a phase 3 readout coming up in the second quarter of this year. So I think that's going to help be positive, help the share price, and eventually help the growth of this franchise. We did see one rather large merger or acquisition last year with Amgen buying Horizon Pharma. I think argenx, even though it is a large market cap stock, could be a target for a big pharma acquisition here.
Yeah, and you know, as we look at this group, Andrew, names that jump out to you would be names like Biogen and Regeneron. I mean, I think David's talking about some of the names we don't know as well, and you have a few more, David, but Biogen and Regeneron are big names, Andrew. Why are these ones the ones you like?
Yeah, I think that there's a cash crunch, so until the market turns around, I favor large cap companies. Regeneron has a very broad pipeline, and it's selling at 17 times next year's earnings estimate of $40.49 per share. This is a very resourceful management team that nearly doubled company revenues in 2021 with its COVID antiviral therapy. Last September, Regeneron released positive data from studies of a higher dose version of its mega blockbuster eye disease therapy, Eylea, co-developed and marketed with Bayer. There's a possibility that if classified as a new therapy, this high-dose Eylea could receive a fresh round of patent protection lasting well into the next decade. And meanwhile, the company hopes to establish itself as a major oncology player with 4 new drugs targeting NSCL, that's non-small cell lung, ovarian, and prostate cancers.
And you know, when we look back on 2022, it wasn't necessarily great for any stocks. And you said we're going to bid adieu to 2022, David. And so you're looking at these groups. Is there a wow or next big thing that's happening in biotech? I mean, you also sent us some notes on 2seventy Bio, where you have an outperformed G1 Therapeutics, Mersana, Scholar Rock. These were some of the other names that you had focused on.
Yeah. So assuming, at some point we do see a small mid-cap turnaround, and setting aside or setting into the historical context, there has never been a 3 down year cycle. So first time for everything, hopefully not, but hopefully, that means there's a rebound this year. And so turning to the small mid-cap side where you can get significant returns on key clinical catalysts, 2seventy Bio will have some data coming out from their new programs in cell therapy. They also, what I like about them too, is they have a backstop in revenue from a agreement to share the revenues and profits from Abecma, which is an approved cell therapy for myeloma that they share with Bristol. for Scholar Rock, they are developing a new SMA, spinal muscular atrophy therapy. We should see a data update from phase 2 that's been running for a while, a 3-year update on that data in the middle of the year, and that should hopefully give investors continued confidence that the phase 3 should be a positive, but we'll have to wait till next year for that. But I think at these levels, you can take a look at it for those clinical catalysts. G1 Therapeutics has a phase 3 readout coming up soon in February, so that's another one that where, again, if you want to bet on some clinical readouts, you can get outsized returns.
Thank you both, David and Andrew. David Nierengarten, head of healthcare equity at Wedbush, and Andrew Wong, Runnymede Capital. Thank you both. Thank you, friends, for being with me here every single weekday, 11 a.m. for Trading 360. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Keep it right here. That's Market is next.
Looks like it might come back down to VWAP now. Help is. BBBY moved back up a tiny bit to VWAP. What was that pre-market? Oh, popping through VWAP. Oh, big move. Big pop through VWAP there on Bed Bath. GME getting a little bit excited too. Is there news? Is there 10Q or anything? You guys see? That looks like a news pop. Help is kind of at a resistance right now. Soft resistance. I put in drew a line on the next one up. That looks like some news. So help is I drew that line as it was slowing down there just to see. I have that back here as a resistance. There's not like a hard resistance for a bit. Did put one here, maybe a temporary resistance, and then this is what, 17 cents, 17.93, then 19.35. The next more major one I'd say is probably up here, 20 cents, 21 cents. This one, I mean, it's definitely speculative and sketchy. I am somewhat fine holding this for the long term. I believe in this company for the most part, and well, the space more so. That said, I'm not probably going to hold this as a long term. I'll just probably swing trade it. But if it keeps going up and holds a high base and stuff looks good, I could transfer it to long term. Yeah, this could be a multi-day rally on it. Whoops. Where'd I have that actually? That was an old one. That looked like a news pop on BBBY. See, this is crazy. They haven't had any splits or any reverse splits or anything, and it still has a wild chart. So Bed Bath is above VWAP. Or if it was kind of pulled up with the SPY, I don't know. SPY did kind of have a move there, but this was pretty big and violent. And a lot of volume. Look at that, you can tell it just flipped on right there. I don't know. I don't know if 10Q or I don't know. I don't see anything yet. Yeah, not seeing any news yet. Let's see. Nine's still going. Speaking of energy, oh, I'm listening to CNBC still. Yeah, yeah, it had a big pop there. Volume turned on, it popped through VWAP. You can look just like a light switch. Boom. It looks like news, but I haven't seen anything yet. Even had GME make a little move too. Right here. That was right here. GME's green now. You take as Ryan convinced Icon to buy BBBY and sell Bye Bye Baby to him. Yeah, maybe. uh let's see. Dude, that would be insane. Like if that actually is true. Don't don't don't. Hellbiz looks like it's wanting to break out of this support here, maybe. I was thinking about scaling it more today, and then I thought maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. If I hit VWAP, I might buy another. I got 3,100 shares somewhere around here, which is about $500. Looking for like 4 entries of 500, so about 2K. Excuse me. What's the still no shares available on BBBY. What's max pain on this thing? Max pain's 250. Hope that's off the table for Friday. I don't really want a candle like this for today to close. It's not bearish necessarily, but it could be a reversal candle. Just shows no conviction either way. Buyers and sellers are matched up, so might be a reversal when you have big dojis in a small body like that. So it'd be good if BBY made new highs and the body closed up towards the top of that wick. I can make it look like a huge rip. Hellbiz looks like it broke. Yeah, it did break the high day on Hellbiz. 1793, 1935, but not really any solid resistance levels for a bit. If it does break this one. Buy is moving up here too. Maybe one more day rally, hit this resistance, or rest of the week, kind of melt up, and then maybe next week we start to get the sell-off after the holiday weekend. That was weird. Yeah, no news still on Bed Bath. Nighthawk, you say the borrow rate is 330% on Webull? Are you looking to borrow it? Is that how you're short it? Is that how you're seeing that? I don't see any shares available on iBorrowDesk, so it's not updating borrow fees. Guess you could talk to like customer support or something. SPY about to make a daily high. Media. Oh, right there it says. Cool. New high score. I've not been tracking Weebles, so I don't know how. I don't have a measure on that. Not even saying. Why is it not saying it's? Oh, here. Estimated borrow fee 330%. Mine's not even saying it's hard to borrow for some reason. Huh, that's a weird move. So managed requires 200% to short it, which I think means yeah, you basically need twice the amount. I'm not sure how that works with shorting because it's infinite risk, so I know with going long, 100% means you have no margin. So 200% would be you have twice as much as you're going in for. So not sure how that works with shorting. But yeah, that's a high borrow fee. I made new high of the day. Start filling this gap. I think 400 might be the spot on market. Might go along here. Cost to borrow, it's like I believe it's like maintenance requirements, same type of deal. So they basically don't give you, they reduce their risk to your exposure on borrowing shares from them. So you can't, on a stock that's not volatile or it's easy to find shares, you could borrow more shares, say with you got $100 or something in capital buying power on your account. But something that's hard to borrow or has a high cost to borrow, you couldn't borrow as much with that $100 in collateral. Yeah, SPY's melting up above that daily high. That was weird, that little pop. We'll see if I can keep pushing. GME's up 1% on no volume.
The breadth of this rally. But if you look at the VIX, down in 19 at over 1 month lows at this point, it seems like the market and investors and traders are getting comfortable with the path that we're on, and that soft landing comes into picture more clearly.
Yeah, those two words, that soft landing. Every time we get some of this data, like I said, in the snapshot we got today, Tom, the data is pretty favorable. So think about it, Tom. You've had now a payrolls data
You were just talking about
and a CPI data
meme
both
stocks,
come in
which I don't even know what that
friendly
means.
to the overall market,
And
the market is showing
BBBY
that.
and
Can
how
that
those are
change?
rallying doesn't
Of
make him
course it can.
comfortable
Yeah.
with this rally. Tesla's offering circled steering wheels on Model S's and X's. You don't have to have a yoke. Weird pop there, man. Carvana making a move again. This one looks pretty good. Bed Bath kind of rejecting. Oh, not really, actually. It's still holding up. That's good. Still setting up a bull flag up here above VWAP. Looks good. By melting up.
Inflation points are going down. How are they going to put a
slow
dent
melt up.
into, putting investors and traders
There
and
it goes.
people
There's a little pop on
putting
SPY.
their money into riskier assets again, and then you get another bubble? I mean, does the market need to feel
by
a
next
little
week,
pain
Vampire,
so
shut
we
up.
can correct?
I think the Fed is trying to figure out right now what is the path of this economy. I mean, if we get weaker corporate earnings. Remember, jobs are being created. The high-profile layoffs are being met with small companies hiring, leisure and hospitality, those areas, and that's kind of that's making the job market maybe stronger than it even appears, because the high-profile layoffs that you're hearing every day, we're getting some
kind of waiting for a settle down to get an entry,
but small companies that don't make the news, they're hiring. So the
not happening so far.
Is this: when does inflation plateau? You've got it on a downward scale, but they'd love for it to plateau 2 and 2.5. Wonder if it plateaus at 4.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's why I think 50 basis points is still on the table at that Fed meeting at this point. But we'll wait and see. About 91%, according to CME FedWatch tool, that we're only going to get a 25 basis point hike. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. We got earnings coming up that kick off tomorrow, earnings season. We're going to discuss JP Morgan Chase, which has rallied over the last 3 months into this earnings report ahead of the open tomorrow. Fast Market's coming right back.
I don't know how Webull gets that data on the borrow fee, though. Do they actually have shares you can borrow? They're just probably fake.
Let's walk through charts. One of the most commonly
Look at
used
this thing.
features on Thinkorswim.
Just melting up.
Start by
Is that the real line? No. Getting close, though. Getting close to that resistance. You guys are freaking bullish on BBBY. Kind of sketchy talk that keeps me holding way too long. Guess just buying at the breakout and 20 fast. I mean, yeah, the trajectory it's on right now, 20 would be next week. Right? Something like that. Under 55%. There you go. So if we have the same move from the bottom, the same move from the bottom that we just had would put us at $16, which would be a gap fill. It's crazy to look at in that way because it seems like such a small amount, but it's the way it works.
Going to be key going into this, how they can handle their expenses and their outlook on the economy, because we have seen that rebound pretty significantly. All right, thanks, George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down JPM ahead of. Yep, thanks, George. Now let's bring back Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Nathan, I wanted to get your take here. You know, when I look at a chart like this over the last several months, coming off those 2-year lows, I'm thinking, okay, maybe this is going to be better than what Jamie Dimon said after earnings last quarter. Looks like Hellbiz is moving up a bit. And that we might see this economic hurricane. What's your take here on JPM?
Yeah, good question. Let's keep in mind, Tom, that big gap up that you're kind of referring to, that, you know, we've rallied from that October date. That was right around when the S&P hit that 3,500 level and basically subsequently rallied. So, you know, that's part of the equation in terms of the overall market and the correlation there, kind of pulling up the financials. And if you look at the prior 3 earnings announcements from JP Morgan, not including October's announcement, they went down post-earnings. And they have a history, financials in general have a history of basically running up into earnings and then being muted during earnings if you're not looking at last quarter, because they were coming off multi-year lows. But that's kind of the behavior of financials. So, yeah, and you even look at the chart recently. We're up
current price times bar rate is how you get a price.
Here.
What?
We already got one data point from Jefferies earlier in the week, and they rallied post-earnings. They had investment banking weakness as expected. We'll probably hear the same from Goldman and Morgan Stanley as well. But heading into the report here, yeah, given that it's run up so much, you know, how do you want to position yourself? The stock's at an 8-month high here. George mentioned they got a 12 PE. That's about the 5-year average. They've got a 3% dividend yield. Looks like they're expected to have EPS and top line and bottom line growth of around 10%, give them about a peg, about 1. So the stock's kind of trading historically where it
might be reversal candle there on SPY.
I don't necessarily think that they're going.
I don't want to take it short.
What's going to happen, but you know, I don't foresee anything being a significant hit or a surprise, I should say.
See what this next one does.
Within the report. But you know, given the run up heading into that, I'm not quite sure that the stock is necessarily going to gap up. Maybe it's priced in heading in there. That's the take when you look at the price action. If you look at the implied move, it's about $4.50. So as an example trade, I was saying, okay, look, let's recognize that right now the S&P is above this 200 SMA, the Russell as well. The path of least resistance for stocks near term appears to be higher based on the technicals. Let's wait and see what happens there. So acknowledging the relatively bullish type of environment heading into Q4 earnings here that's unofficially kicking off tomorrow, I was looking at something like a diagonal spread. So I'm kind of thinking that the stock's going to have a muted reaction. That would be the assumption if you position yourself for something like this, meaning do you expect it to move the implied, to have the implied move of $4.50 one way or the other? And if you don't, then you could look to potentially take advantage of the implied volatility discrepancy. So when I look at the IV vol curve, it's about 50% for this Friday, goes down to 30% the following Friday, and then around 26%, 25% the following Friday. So there is that discrepancy. So maybe if you wanted to be bullish, but you were looking for perhaps not the implied move, then you could position yourself by going to the 27th weekly expiration, buying that in the money 139 call, and then selling the 142 call that expires tomorrow, hoping that, you know, ideally, guys, you know how this works. You would like to see JP Morgan close exactly at 142 tomorrow at the close.
Yeah, let's break this example position down here. Call diagonal. And I think there's one key point to this I'll make when we go through it. Buying the January 27th weekly 139 strike
two
call,
people
slightly in the money
contact
by
me
over
talking
$1,
about stock market.
and then selling
That's how you know it's
the
getting frothy.
142 strike call in the January 13th weeklies that expires at tomorrow's close. Paying roughly about a $2.65 debit for that right now. It's $3 wide.
BBBY moving
diagonal.
up. SPY is
you're selling
ripping now.
in the January 13th on aggregate about a 66% implied volatility.
Hope is
and then
sitting above
buying
that
in the January
resistance.
27th about a 28%. So you've got that implied volatility divergence here. What you paid on the call diagonal is your risk, $265 per spread, but you want it to kind of grind up a little bit or just remain here, right?
This is a diagonal. It's a very tight diagonal, but it's still a diagonal. You can see it's collecting a fair amount of theta, but tomorrow's expiration.
Right.
So you've got to make a decision if you go out. It's only a 2-weeker, but you can extend duration by another week and chip away at the 265, 270.
Would have been a good long at this break.
That you pay for this. But remember, look where JP Morgan is trading right now, and look at where Nathan has put his short strike. That's where he's targeting on this trade. So the 142 strike is where he wants to go, and it's short. It's long, basically about 19 deltas, collecting $109 in theta. But that's one day. You're going to have to extend duration on this or do something tomorrow.
Right. And I think that's a good point. You do have that ability to roll or close this trade if the market's open. Liquidity is provided tomorrow after the results. You can, potentially roll that short 142 call to the same strike or another strike. Depending on if you're able to get that
nice for
done.
me
But
too, actually,
that's
because I
kind
think
of
I could
key point here. You
do
kind
cover
of want
calls
it
in
to
it
grind
tomorrow.
higher, but even if it stays right here, you can.
I'm more
remain
thinking end of
profitable.
week.
You have that
That's
assignment
like,
risk on that
yeah,
short
that's a big
option.
number
but
when it closes
a good look at
above.
an example trade here in JP Morgan.
Market's
going
squeezing,
into
dude.
Earnings
Ugh,
with maybe an
this is
extension
crazy.
of that rally, or maybe it just consolidates at this point.
And Tom, I'll just say real quick. I mean, something like this. So it's really going after that IV, like you mentioned. So let's come into tomorrow and let's say the stock is at 143, 144.
It breaks at 398.
Let that IV come in on a strategy
400.
like this is what you typically would do. This is not a recommendation, but let that IV come in before you roll, and then you can turn into a bull call spread. You can turn it into another diagonal, etc.
400 is definitely the level.
Targeting that IV discrepancy.
Yeah, definitely needs, with only one day left till expiration,
it might
some
hit the
management
peak
skills when the market's open tomorrow.
It's hard to be patient
today or tomorrow.
That's right. All right, great stuff as always. Thanks to Nathan Peterson,
Shorting bank stocks.
Director of Derivatives.
That's true. They've had quite the rip lately.
Research. All right, coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Landon Swan from Likefolio for a discussion on Delta Airlines, which reports earnings tomorrow morning. And
I like that play.
Sky high in today's session based on the back of American Airlines giving a good guidance number to this morning. Fast Market's coming right back.
If you think the market's going to be coming down, banks have had the biggest rebound since October. That's just because high interest rates, I'd imagine, right? Well, it's still early. 12:30. We'll be popping champagne bottles if we start moving up a lot this early in the day. Be like New Year's all over. Start seeing Old Lang Syne out here. Yep, sure enough, GME moved up. But that resistance still on zero volume pretty much. 2%, not bad. Jeez. Just got a picture of someone that dropped $250,000 in Tesla shares. Yep, looks like we're at the top, I'd say. Actually, Tesla looks pretty good. Really could just be bear flagging though. Consolidation before another low. Yikes. GME broke that resistance I had drawn there. I don't know what that was from. Oppo. Elbit's moving up. BBBY, it's still kind of chilling. $19.40, is that what that was drawn? Oh yeah, that's from way back. Yeah, that's that big level from here. Yeah, that was our multi-year low level, so that is a big one to move up past. Oh, my long natural gas contract got filled. See if that's a good trade. Still think it's good. Still no volume on GME. Albis hit that 30%.
It's already made its move, but if American Airlines is giving that kind of data points and like almost doubling expectations as far as EPS for this quarter, I mean, Delta is the cream of the crop as far as their happiness goes.
Landon said he was a little mad that the stock had rallied, and I puked a little in my throat when he said that. How could you be mad at the stock going up? But Ed Bastian is really one of the iconic
Set another little
CEOs
resistance here.
and a very good, like I've said before, a leadoff hitter for
Today's
earnings.
high
And
on GME.
here's some of his quotes. Here's the one that's
and that 20.04 from yesterday.
In 2023, our earnings are about
still just melting up.
Double.
Yeah.
And you said it, Landon said it, and you guys are right. If the overall sector's doing well, Delta has the ability to generate the most free cash flow of any of the airlines. They're the most efficiently run. They do the best job. So if this sector's going to get healthy in 2023, it's going to be led by Delta. Make no mistake. And much like I said with Jenny in the first segment, this should be a year, much like the energy companies, of them getting their balance sheets healthy.
Yeah, and remember, Ed Bastian, the CEO, last quarter said that the pent-up demand was allowing them to sell tickets at a higher price, and the consumer was absorbing them.
American just said the same thing this morning.
I know, but is that, how long can that continue where you're paying, you know, a flight that was $200 at the end of 2019 is now $450. How long can that last from the consumer? Because
the consumer will tell you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The consumer will tell you how long it lasts. And by the way, right now, no drop off in the strength of overall fares.
Yeah, and we got Landon back now, so let's go to him. Kevin, you got a question here for Landon.
Landon, part of what we were talking about is Ed Bastian is a great salesman for his company. And this company's, shouldn't we just look? Here's, I guess, what I want to say. We know that Delta is the leader in terms of quality in this group. They have Tom and I were just talking, they have the ability to generate the most free cash flow. But Southwest, this used to be the darling of the airline sector. What happened, and what can they do to change? What are you seeing in your data that proves that Southwest is in such a pickle right now, and how do they get out, Landon?
I mean, they're in a pickle because they didn't give people their flights. So you cancel that many flights when your competition is not canceling. Then obviously the problem is Southwest. I mean, Delta canceled 9%, American canceled 1%, and United canceled 5%, and Southwest canceled 70%. So it wasn't just the weather. It was just an antiquated system, and I think people realize like
that little rally's
all of a sudden
slowing down a little
flying
bit.
on Southwest, is it a risk?
I still want an explanation for this
like,
pop on
that's what you
that
think
bath.
when you book Allegiant or Spirit. Like, they might cancel my flight. That's part of the deal when you buy a $50 ticket. But Southwest is supposed to be reliable, on time. It had the highest on-time percentage. And so this was a change for them, a shift in a lot of people's mentality. You can't burn people too often without them.
I might take a short
next
here.
time they go to book, they're going to think twice about it. If there's two airlines that are similar in price and times, they're going to go with the one that's not Southwest. So I think that they've got to come out and show that they've updated their system. This is why it can never happen again, and then it can't ever happen again. They've got to absolutely nail it and make sure that this never
My
happens
nat gas
again.
long that got filled.
It's just such a shame.
Yikes.
It's such a
Broke
shame
through
because I
VWAP.
love this company, Southwest. But you just can't do that to people. But kudos to Delta and the others for stepping up and being ready to absorb that demand. They did a great job, and they're going to be the beneficiaries of this.
One thing we know, Tom, quickly, these companies go through these troughs.
Didn't have
where
margin
they're
to
unpopular,
go short there.
and suddenly they get popular again over time, right? And what does it? Cheaper fares.
Right. there are no cheaper
little
fares.
micro.
You know that, Landon. You just flew over the holidays. But, Landon, when you look at that happiness, they're always low for the airlines, right? You don't ever, tweet something out positive about the airlines typically. So I understand that portion of it. But is Delta extending or widening their lead? I know you guys follow that happiness. And then also, do you have an earnings score even with the stock up so much this month?
Yeah, so Delta actually extended their happiness lead more than any
What's
other
a happiness
airline.
lead?
So they
Never heard of
went
that.
+4, while the other ones gained a little bit, and Southwest was off the cliff, falling. Southwest used to be number one.
Yeah,
They used to
Carvana. I
battle
mean,
with Delta
there you go.
on
Getting your
happiness,
dip.
but now they're
Might go to
so far off the
VWAP
back
here.
now. And when
Fly's
we look
also
at the
coming
score,
down.
Delta's at a +17, which is almost enough to
Oh,
place
help
a
has made
bullish
it move
bet.
down.
If by some miracle
Market
they could pull
frothiness is
back
maybe
today,
pulling some
I
stuff
don't see it
down now.
happening, but if they could,
The end of it, at least.
I'd be more
End of the
inclined.
frothy.
I'm just gun shy because of the move that this stock has made, and I feel like it's all priced in now with American coming out and all the TSA data. I feel like it's kind of all priced in. The only thing that we know that maybe the investors don't know is that demand is doing so well and happiness is doing so well for Delta. I think they're going to be the best performing airline of the group. So if American had that reaction, I think Delta can beat it. But is it priced in too much? Has the stock gone too far? That's a question that investors have to answer.
Yeah, definitely have to answer that. But if American's doing good, maybe everybody besides Southwest is probably doing pretty well. All right. Thanks, Landon. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, breaking down the data for us. So, Kev, let's look at an example trade in here. Because I always look at that like American's up nearly 6% today. Delta's up nearly 2% today. I always say if a stock's parabolic at this point, it's hard to stop it if some of these metrics and stuff that Likefolio is covering, and they're positive on their
Amazon
their
Thursday
sentiment,
Night
just,
Football
neutral to slightly positive.
audience has missed
What's
estimates
your
by up to
example trade here in
25%.
Delta?
Yeah, except you're right. All the
Tech
news on
Giants-
Delta is good. They're
Tech
the
Giant is
strongest
scrambling to
performer in the
compensate
group, but
advertisers.
This stock is overbought, right? So you've got to be careful about the expectations.
On a technical level,
On a
yeah.
technical level, the
Yeah.
RSI is above 70.
Yeah.
So that makes me look at, yes, you could do One of my trades is the 40 calendar spread, right? Trading only 30 cents for the 40 1 week Jan 20th, Jan 13th calendar spread. But also, Tom, you could do the Jan 37 put calendar as well, Tom. That's only trading 22 cents. So you could do the double calendar here for about
guys do like complex options
right about there. So a very inexpensive entry to do both sides. Maybe you do 2 to 1 to cover yourself, but when stock is so overbought like Delta Airlines is and doing so well as the chart shows, you've got to be perfect, Tom, to have the stock go up from here. So I would be favorable on Delta, but careful here in terms of the price.
All right, so let's look at this, Kev. 2 calendar spreads, one on the downside, and
let's
one
try and break
basically
this
at
thing
the
down.
money at this point on the call side. Just $1 out of the money, maybe playing to that, like a lot of the maybe the euphoria is in this stock. So let's break down the first one. That's a call calendar. Buying the January 20th weekly or monthly 40 strike call, selling the near-term Jan 13th weekly 40 call. You're paying roughly a debit of about, we'll say 30 cents, so $30 per spread, risk on that. And then the other side of that,
see
the
BBBY is
37 put calendar,
supported by the market, it looks like.
same option series, buying the Jan 20th, selling the Jan 13th weekly on the 37 put. That's trading roughly about 21 cents or $21
I don't want to go long anymore.
risk, but you put them together.
I'm bearish on SPY. I don't know if these risk on ones will keep going.
Your combined risk on this is about $52, $53 on it. In total risk, you've got some assignment risk on those short options into expiration tomorrow. But Kev, when you look
Bitcoin
at this,
spike.
you're buying a lower implied volatility, you're selling it a higher implied volatility on an aggregate basis. The anticipated market maker move in here is almost what it moved today.
Exactly.
It's only about $1.50.
Right, $1.50, $1.60.
Weird.
So some of the vol has already come out. It was a little higher earlier in the day. So, but the stock has moved. So some of that vol's coming out. And of course, Tom, you could adjust the strikes a little higher if you want to get it in line with the expected move. Go to 50.5 and maybe 37.5. That would kind of balance it out. But yeah, this is one with a very low debit to get you in. Like I said, it doesn't mean
Just a little consolidation.
What's going to happen in Delta?
Maybe a little consolidation before
so
more ups.
Positive, but careful here of a stock that has to be perfect for it to go higher.
Yeah, short-term earnings example here. Your break-evens on the downside about 36.
Too early
on the upside
short.
about 41 on this one. So you still have a range for the stock to trade in post-earnings, but you want it to grind towards either one of those into tomorrow's close. All right, Kev, let's take a quick break here. But coming up after that break, we're going to take a look at Wells Fargo, which also reports earnings tomorrow morning. Fast Market's coming right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our
Balance.
investing webcast
This one
series
right here,
breaks
up the 9.
down different investing styles, including growth, value,
Same with the market.
income, and more.
That's what I was concerned with. Engulfing candle, just to bring it down a little bit, find support, consolidate, and keep going. I want to hold these overnight. Just want to find a good entry. It's a smaller position because I have 3 micros instead of 1 mini. So it's 60,000 in leverage instead of 200.
with the China reopen story, but then also the administration came out and said they might release more from the SPR when it's at lows that we haven't seen. The reserves for our oil is down at 1984 levels. It just boggles my mind at this point, but we'll have to wait and see because crude oil leading to the upside and the energy names. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here on the network, breaking down markets and a couple of the asset classes. But Kev, let's turn the discussion back to earnings, right? Unofficial kickoff to earnings season tomorrow morning. Wells Fargo reports they just settled with the CFPB, $3.7 billion. Maybe a lot of their headwinds are gone. The stock's had a nice run from its 52-week lows recently also. And they're paring down their mortgage business a little bit. So they're trying to act maybe more like JP Morgan or Bank of America.
Well, remember, tomorrow morning we get JP Morgan, we get Wells Fargo, we also get Citigroup, we also get
Bank of America.
Mm-hmm. So, the CEOs, remember, Wells Fargo is very similar in terms of JP Morgan, but just smaller, not as significant. Right? JP Morgan's the biggest bank in the country. Wells Fargo's not. They've been in growth jail now since Elizabeth Warren put them in there years ago.
This bounce right here? What bounce? This one?
And, Yellen and her last, you're right. Full disclosure, it was Janet Yellen that did it.
Yeah.
It was Elizabeth Warren that made her do it.
Big brain.
She did it on her final
Amy bounced
day
the market. I like
as
that.
Fed chair. Yeah.
Right. As she walked out the door, she threw them in growth jail. They're still there, by the way. That's the amazing thing. Another administration, another Fed chair. And
this looks like consolidation before more ups.
They've still got work to do, but this company has still been doing fairly well, Tom. Their chart looks similar to JP Morgan, but not near as harsh in terms of the rally. Everything that they do is kind of muted by their inability to grow.
Yeah, that's a great point because the strategy that I have is kind of different from the other two that we've talked about.
What an interesting
today.
day for CPY.
The anticipated market maker move for Wells Fargo is only about $1.70 either way on this name, so muted move. So the strategy I wanted to take a look at, you've got the risk
People
profile
just showed the
up
new
here,
high and then it went back.
Selling an iron condor. We sometimes call this an iron butterfly because you're selling the same strike on the call and the put in this strategy, but you're buying one of the 41.5 strike put out of the money to the downside, buying one of the 45.5 strike call, and then you're selling one each of the 43.5 call and 43.5 put. That creates this short iron condor or short iron butterfly. You're collecting a credit of $1.40, Kevin, or nearly $1.40. That means you only got about $60 in risk outside of those break evens. Your thoughts on this iron butterfly?
This is in the iron condor family, Tom. But what you did, instead of a strangle that you sold, two different strikes, you sold a straddle.
I might wait till tomorrow to get more
shares. That gives you the peak there. Besides that, you want a range-bound trade. You've got $2 of risk, and you're collecting $1.37, so only
BBBY.
about 63 cents in risk. But you needed to go towards that 43.5 strike.
Yeah, and
I still haven't seen any news.
The risks on this,
I haven't seen any news on BBY or anything. One of those just weird things. 425 and hold. That'd be pretty bullish. Today's already bullish, even if we close down here at support. BB bar rate rockets to 438%. IBKR. Starting to get a little volatile there. Parkin's speaking. Makes sense to steer more deliberately as Fed works to bring inflation down. Last 3 months inflation prints have been step in the right direction. But caution that while average has dropped, the median stayed high. Russia-linked ransomware group behind UK Royal Mail cyber incident. I don't know. I haven't. They came out with expectations. I guess I don't know. That's still high inflation. I don't know if it's going to continue to just come down. Like in the 70s, you had, I think it was the 70s, you had this huge ramp in inflation up, and then, they raised rates and started coming down, and then he pivoted back and forth, Volcker, probably too aggressive. So then inflation started going back up. So it was kind of whipsawed back and forth. So I think it's a CP lie anyways. They keep just taking stuff out of it if it doesn't make inflation go down too. So real world inflation, it feels like it's baked in. I've noticed deflation from the crazy highs. So in that sense, inflation coming down. But still not to levels before all this money got printed. And I don't know if we'll ever see that again. That'd be a serious amount of deflation. And probably some sort of depression. I've just been holding this short here. I don't know what it's doing. These wicks look like it could be topping. GME broke that 1940 and then just slipped back underneath it. Yay!
And Alex, to kick off the show, we are still seeing this rally hold now. 4 days, days of a nice rally we're seeing in reaction to today's CPI number, which should come in line with expectations, also signaling perhaps that inflation is starting to moderate here.
No doubt about it. It's been a choppy morning into the afternoon session here, but kind of near our session highs here. We were here before the CPI. We've been here after. We've been lower. We've been here. But I think this is welcome. Back over 4,000, the S&Ps. Green in the NASDAQ after some pretty steep selling at one point today. Pretty nice range, over 300 points, or near 300 points, I should say, high to low in the NASDAQ futures. So plenty to watch here, but certainly nothing to scare the markets. And ultimately, we ended where we started here with a small green session with 3 hours to go.
Right, because initially we saw a negative reaction to the news and we were all scratching our heads like, isn't this exactly what the markets wanted? But I guess, as always, markets can be very unpredictable. But we will focus, as always, on this show on the individual stock movers today, kicking things off with our upvote and downvote segment. Then we will chart and trade those upvotes. Our FOMO name today is American Airlines, having a nice day after rising its fourth quarter revenue outlook.
No one's FOMOing into airline.
Navigating job changes with Carrie Schwab Pomeranz.
There was some around the COVID times, but
conversation, of course, given the recent company layoffs we've heard. And last but not least, our under 30 name of the day is Logitech, selling off actually after slashing its full year outlook.
Yeah, tons to get through. Looking forward to the show today. Some fun ones to go through, from Logitech to the airlines, and then of course we'll look at our upvote downvote segments. Let's actually start right there, Jenny, as we always do. Not endorsements, not recommendations. Some interesting ones to get through here. Let's start with Disney. Not the headline you read every day in a company the size of Disney, but certainly noteworthy and possibly given a little bit of a boost.
Right. I mean, Disney shares up on the day, despite the fact that this news, I'd say, was a little bit mixed given some of the backlash we've heard. But to dive into the report, Disney
jumping back out of that
electing
short.
independent director Mark Parker as chairman of their board, effective following their annual meeting of shareholders. Now, Parker was previously a 7-year board member of Disney and an executive chairman at Nike, and he will succeed Susan Arnold, who will not be reelected due to the 15-year term limit under the company's policy. Now, Disney's board also announced they will not be endorsing Tryon Partners,
what's his name?
along with other entities that are affiliated with Nelson Peltz. Disney said that while senior leadership of the board of directors have engaged with Mr. Peltz numerous times over the last several months, the board does not endorse the Tryon
maybe it's a bond auction
and recommends that shareholders do not support
US 29-year 10-month bonds, 3.5%,
9.4 million shares, or
50% at high.
$900 million.
That's maybe what moved the market there. I don't know.
Stock. But Peltz then gave an interview in regards to this news.
GME moving up.
Not so
BBBY moving up.
saying that Disney
BBBY
needs to buy Hulu outright,
starting to
own
rally
the company in order to be competitive in the streaming space. Also denying the claims that he had met with Disney's board several times over the last few months, and said his phone call conversation with Bob Iger lasted less than 5 minutes. So that was not so positive, at least in remarks from Peltz, but the street obviously reacting still favorably for Disney today.
Yeah, I think whenever you have kind of a shakeup in the leadership, whenever you have pressure from the outside to kind of force the company to not be complacent, I think that can be perceived as positive. But it's not often that you see sort of this activist style investment take place in almost $200 billion in this company is how big Disney is. A company as kind of notable as Disney. So I think that's the interesting part. Ultimately, where this all goes remains to be seen, or ultimately any change that'll be, actually happens as a result of this in terms of the direction that Tryon is sort of pushing towards. But it's certainly getting a lot of headline, news here. It's getting a lot of these ideas out there in the public sphere. And right now, I guess any headline is seen as positive headlines for Disney, because the stock's having a nice session at 4%, back over $100. Gonna say upvote. We have Iger coming back. That was already perceived as positive. Now you have outside investors basically saying, hey, do some of this stuff, and we'll see what they do.
Yeah, right. This story I always think is evolving in Disney, as it seems like they always have headlines, whether it's in their streaming business or their parks business. But now our next name today is another name that has been wildly interesting in the last several months. That is Boeing. Boeing got upgraded today at Credit Suisse to neutral from underperform, also seeing a price target raised to $200 a share, up from $121. Now, they noted several key parts of their original thesis are no longer defensible in light of the company's improved operational performance. What's been key for Boeing, he said, are stronger aircraft deliveries, which reduces the opportunity for downward estimate revisions and instead creates upside opportunity. The analyst sees in turn positivity for fourth-quarter free cash flow. Additionally, recent strong order activity helps defend out-year estimates and improves overall macro resilience. And he also said China lifting a ban on Australian coal imports suggests increased policy flexibility, which may suggest now higher probability that Boeing remains in market access. So I thought that was a really interesting piece of news from this analyst. He does also see risks that Boeing could underperform on supply chain challenges or closer scrutiny now to its valuation.
Nice, Empire Passion Cost basis, well done.
The story we talked about earlier this week, Morgan Stanley downgrading the stock on the fact that its valuation has just gone up too much too quickly, but overall now sees
Market's
more risk
up
and
here.
reward skewing favorably. And Boeing shares are now up a whopping 88% off their 52-week low.
Yeah, to me, I'm going to sum this one up a little bit less fancy words and a little bit more concisely here. We were wrong at Credit Suisse, and we're capitulating to what's been going on. I mean, that's essentially what this is. This is waving the white flag. They use the words like less defensible and adjusting to the dynamics, and ultimately that's what we need analysts to do, is adapt to what happens. But they were underperformed, had a $120 price target or thereabouts. Stock's $215 now. This is just a waving of the white flag and surrendering here and adjusting and playing catch up. To me, that's the news. A lot of the other stories remain intact for Boeing. It's obviously been a nice, last half of a year or so for this company. But at some point, does gravity start to play its effect? That's going to be the risk going forward. That is the one thing that I think is important to take away. It's one of the last sentences in the summary of what this analyst had to say, which is that the overall risk reward at these levels is less favorable just because of the run-up.
Right, exactly. And I think that's sort of the theme we've heard from analysts regarding Boeing all week long. Now, our second half of our movers today moving to the downside, starting things off now with Roku. Roku, a name that's, of course, been punished.
That had catalysts and
year,
lots of reasons for that huge move.
Off its 52-week
and
high.
The macroeconomics at that time,
downgrading the company,
as everyone's favorite villain said,
$30,
he's right though.
45, and the analyst
Griffin,
said a significantly lower
free money floating around
market is not reflected.
Mixed with people sitting at home bored. It did set up
Roku, while the long-term trajectory of the business
an opportunity that was once in a lifetime.
The analyst expects Netflix and Disney Plus to capture the majority
BBBY might have a big move up.
TV ad spend in 2023 and 2024.
It won't be from the same factors that caused GME.
Excluding those two new entrants, the industry is growing in low single digits. I always find it interesting when we compare
the closest it could get would be if
a Netflix or Disney
Plus,
because
another Ryan Cohen
a hardware play here.
Bought in.
They set still at least where they operate most of their revenue. So
and turned it around.
Always an interesting comparison, but we are
everything else
shares
isn't
lower
there
today, but still
with,
about
even with that would definitely cause a rally. I don't know if 400,
obviously the Netflix,
maybe the double digits again.
Providing content and a service, and then ultimately it could embed ads within that, and that is the plan with the ad-supported tiers. In the case of something like Roku, it's more of like the iPhone, where it's like you get the device and then they try to find a way to monetize you through ads after the fact. And so a different approach. I've always thought the risk to a company like Roku, Jenny, is that it's so easily replicated, and it could just be squeezed out by simply a folder on my iPhone. I don't need
U.S. Treasury 30-year yield extends fall after 30-year bond auction.
If anything,
last
the
down
reason we
8.7 basis
moved
points.
away from cable to these streaming services because you wanted to be more piecemeal. You didn't necessarily want to have to buy this all-inclusive package. You wanted to be able to subscribe to what you wanted.
Euro at session high versus the U.S. dollar.
Roku has sort of made ventures into original content
up
to varying degrees of success.
0.9%.
But needs to find a way to be
Euro and dollar almost matched
an
again.
ad company, because at some point this technology is ubiquitous. All the different TVs now are smart TVs, and the Roku UI, the Roku brand is still a powerful one, but is it powerful enough to overcome the fact that anybody can make a TV these days? And I don't know how often we need to upgrade them, but gonna say upvote for this. Definitely came down to more reality in terms of its actual valuation and price now, so perhaps more interesting.
Yeah, and competing with a name like Apple's TV is beloved by all of its users, so that's a dangerous competitor, of course. But now our last name today, Unity Software, down just shy of 3% after Jefferies downgraded the stock to underperform from hold with an unchanged price target of $19 a share, which would be significantly lower than where we're currently
What's the best way to get into BBBY? Just buy stock? I think shorting puts. It's moving up now. So cash secured puts. If you like the price it's at now, do a cash secured put at $4 a share or $4.50 a share. Oh, BBY is starting to move. Oh, there's a pop. Pop over 450. Holy crap, man. All right, next level up. Here we go. I don't even have it drawn. I mean, the volume's there today. We've had a ton of volume this morning. So let's see here. But there. Oh, we're way past that. Wait, what the heck? $4.9. Really, $5. $5. GME's not getting the love. $5.40. Where's $5? Yeah, really just those 50-cent marks. See if it holds. It's kind of wicking there. That was quite the pop, man. Wow. Thanks, Bipolar. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you for sure. I like to hear from all sides. And you're right. Yep. It could end at any time. I don't feel like I'm being greedy because I'm still down, but yeah. Yeah, share offering is always on the table, but that could be bullish. uh, that's the opposite. That's the opposite of going bankrupt. And this, yeah.
And the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, James, can you turn your video on? Can you hear me, Jimmy?
Only on the TD
Abby, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Time to chart and trade. Looking at our upvotes, and today those
James,
are
can you
Disney
turn your
and
video
Roku.
on?
I think the comparison between the companies is very difficult, but they operate within the same realm, within the same sector, within the same space to some extent.
Jimmy,
Roku
come,
more
can you
from the
turn your
providing
video on?
access, and Disney actually
Please.
making the content.
Right, and Disney, of course, is
Period.
so
I am checking
widespread in the
something with
media
that
world
as
between
well.
their
Period.
parks, their merchandise. I mean, Disney is just such a massive company. I think oftentimes we almost downplay how massive their park imprint is. But Disney shares have fallen about 37% off their 52-week high, now up about 18% off the low, though. So while this name has experienced some pain, they have recovered some. But here to break down more of the technicals for us is Rick Ducat, our chart master. So Rick, Disney is having a decent year this far. It's up 14.5%, having a great day too today as well.
Yeah, and the technical picture is kind of interesting.
You don't
too,
have a
because
camera?
We're seeing an upside breakout from some resistance that we
I think so.
have been
Okay.
seeing in the form of this downward sloping trend line. What we've got here is kind of a
No.
falling wedge type pattern. We have a
The windows
steeper
are
slope
open.
heading down across the
Okay,
highs,
I
a more
guess
shallow
this will
slope also
work.
heading down across
But when
the
you
lows. And this
say
is
something,
regarded usually as a more
it's
bullish
no
type
different.
of pattern.
Okay.
Sure enough, it did
Okay.
play out that way with
Well,
price moving
let me
from
check
those yearly
kind of splitting the difference between those two marks. So you can see that plateau upwards of $550 possible profit in that case if filled at $4.50
Sorry, guys.
for the debit. That $4.50 debit price would mean a break even of $99.50. You just essentially
GME's not getting any of that love.
add that debit price to the 95.
But it is holding up. I mean, everything's holding up.
That it does break through some of those support levels that Rick had highlighted
Even
and work its way lower. Max loss is below 95, and that would be $450 corresponding to the debits paid. Depending on the pricing that this one was ultimately filled at for someone who was looking at a strategy like
Special
this,
prosecutor for the Biden documents has been named.
Spent is less than that overall width of that spread, that credit spread in this case.
Moving up more.
Theoretically, no upside risk if these went through options, assignment, and exercise, and all these options were in the money.
How to create MOS in one simple step. Offer to buy
profit.
BBBY for $7
That,
cash
course,
per share, plus give 1 share of GME for every 4 BBBY.
Money. But the best case scenario, land between 105 and 110.
Offer based on today's price pushes BBBY
now to switch
$12
gears
share
to a bit
minimum.
of a different story, and that is, of course, in Roku. Roku shares have fallen almost 74% off their 52-week high.
Oh, it's saying the offer. Okay, that triggers tons of calls, etc., while simultaneously crushing puts. They're likely holding FTDs. Add the meat basket swap theory. This kind of buying pressure also elevates GME considerably. As GME rises, so BBY. Additionally, we suspect that a billion plus shares have been illegally shorted.
We did make some yearly lows
BBY, this
recently,
causes an immediate 7 billion hit to short
that
events.
happened within
Will
the past
also
couple
be on the
months
hook
was
to
right
find
here.
250 million GME shares. Good luck with that, as only 300 million exist and tons of locked up via DRS. Pull the trigger, Ryan. Moving. At 3.4, nice, well done, man. Yeah, if you want to take off risk, you either sell shares, scale out, sell some covered calls on it. Could even buy puts, but they're expensive. If BBY closes this high today, I should be able to sell calls on it. Might take a short here again. No news. No. This is not news. Yeah, we don't. Oh. Yeah. um 32%. Yeah, news into this gamma ramp we have on the options chain would be crazy. About 20 shares at 288. Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to your risk management. You've almost doubled. A good strategy is always to take the risk off and sell what you've put in. So if you invested $100 and it's now worth $200, sell $100 worth, ride the rest for free. And you could even do that in a scale. You could say, I'll pay myself back 50%, and then in an hour or tomorrow, pay yourself back the rest of it. Another short opportunity maybe here. I'm gonna go short again. Okay, I went short again. Another engulfing candle. I'm going to put a stop limit on it because this is a bigger ES, so I close out of my natural gas. Let's see how much this affects Bed Bath. This drop. Pretty big flush there on the market. Not seeing any news. I'm up 225 on that contract. Put in my stop. Up 360 on it. $300. Show you how these big contracts move. It's just one of them. This is 200,000 in leverage. So 0.15% is $300. And that's shutting BBBY down. Okay. Yep. So there's your answer. Does it need the support? Market maybe hit its top there. Honestly, it's top for a long time. It's like any moment I feel like we could be hitting it. Wow. Okay. Decisions. I mean, might be a little hasty, but that looks like a pretty good drop. Bounce on 1940. How about GME? It'd be really good if these held up with this market dropping, but so far we're not seeing that. I'm gonna hold this ES. I might close out of some BBBY. Man. So I've got 100 shares here, the ones that got exercised. I'm just gonna close those for now. Those are now profitable. I'm up 8% on them or something. Short puts, the 5,900 shares worth of short puts I still have, and I still have my 2,400 shares. I want to get rid of those shares anyways. Let's see. That's pretty aggressive candle for 130. What is there some data that came out? I don't think so. Just a big move back to VWAP. I took profits on 100 of my 6,500 shares. So, being smart. No, I don't think they're shorting the whole market. Stop BBY. This is kind of what we've seen, though. I mean, once GME gets to a top or BBBY, you're gonna see it. See the market reverse. It's like it flips on a switch of some sort. Yeah, that is a crazy candle. That's a $700, $800 candle on the futures on a ES. Yeah, you can see right here, 850 on that candle. That's what I was waiting for. That's why I opened it and then I closed it, and you never know what's actually gonna happen. So gotta be nimble. Nice. It's almost a G now on that contract. This held up relatively well, though. It did pull it down, but we'll see if the rebound on BBBY is aggressive. Thanks, Christopher. Didn't really affect Telbiz. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is going to be, if this is actually the top and we're on the market and therefore potentially ending this BBBY rally. I'm trying to figure out my cost basis. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I'm at my cost basis. Oh, that's crazy. Wow, after all that. If I'm including the premium I received to sell or short the puts, I'm at my cost basis. Okay, I'll show you guys what's up. So from right here, this day, yeah, this day, $18. I decided to open up a short put, cash secured put. This was what, 3 months ago. Cash secured put for 13. News came out, RC sold. It dropped down here. I was in the money. Rolled it down to 8 or down to 11, then down to 8, and had to keep rolling it. And now here we are. It expires next week. It's an 8 strike, but I am break even on it just because of all the premium I received rolling short puts, which is crazy to think about. So there it is. I'm gonna be patient. I'm not gonna go crazy. Maybe I close some. That means my shares I'm probably break even on also. Yeah, I don't see any news for that candle. Saber rattling. Head and shoulders. It's bouncing here. I just want to hold my short. Could have taken profits, but I want to hold it. I don't see head and shoulders. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Market's bouncing there. Wow, big bounce. I have my stop limit set. Trying to figure out what that drop is from. Move down, get party a pump. Oh no, it's just getting the rebound pump. Sort of. Interesting. Maybe I should close it. Dang. Yeah, I've got GME shares. Well, it's bad for my future, but that's good for BBY and GME at least. It might have been something with bonds that dropped it there. I don't think there was a bond auction even. Yeah, melting back up. Jeez. If I had known what it was from, I would have actually closed it. We'll see. It might not be over. As long as there's not crazy velocity, it shouldn't pull this down. See, that velocity woke up everything to the downside. I don't know, did Bitcoin dump? Bitcoin ripped like you pointed out. No, I mean, it moved with the market too, that Bitcoin drop. Is the dollar? Could have been the dollar. Dollar rip right there. Yeah, I don't know, just algo move or something with the bonds maybe. So I want to think of the futures, the trades like punch card again. So trying to trade less. Only get so many punches per day. Every time you punch it, you're trying to time the market, and your odds go down every time you try and time it. This is how I have to look at it. Yeah, I'm not hearing or seeing anything specific. Well, good thing I didn't sell everything out really quick. Sometimes those just shake me out, but we're still in it. But that's this kind of stuff that happens once BBY or GME get to that high. It's, you know, it could get shut down like that. And if we're looking at that aspect of it, if SPY does make a big move down, it could happen this week. So that could maybe be the end of the rally. And the market's climbing right back up. So that same contract that I'm still holding. There it is. 860, now it's 250. I don't know, what do you mean fast start talking about that move? Oh, the show fast start. I'm like, what? No, they don't usually talk about that stuff. I don't think. I don't know. I've honestly just started playing this since I've been streaming. What was no, not necessarily. I'm just kind of talking out loud, but BBY or GME go to 30? I think GME will. Whether it happens this week, this month, or this year, I don't know. Oh, BBBY for 30? It's probably not going to go to 30. If it doesn't go bankrupt and it gets an RC type investor, I guess anything's possible. I don't see it going to 30 though without that. Even if bankruptcy's off the table. All right, moving up here. Jeez, SPY's gonna just probably stop me out. Oh my gosh, look at this move. I'm not gonna close out here though. I've already got a nice short entry if this is real. Hey. And that's the beauty of futures. So I don't have to worry about it. If that was a 0 to date SPX, I'd had to, and I bought a put here, and I had this great move. I would have had to close it there. right? Because if this happened, and then even if it came back here to end of day, that contract would have been worthless. My future, if this comes back here, it's gonna be worth the same amount as when I opened it here. It doesn't change its value. Doesn't have theta decay. That's why it's like basically shares. BBY new high. Wow. GME's not really getting the love. I'm probably gonna get stopped out. Well, it was a fun ride while it lasted. Yep, I got stopped out. Okay. Well, it's just that's what ends up making you a scalp day trader, is that stuff. Like, oh, I want to swing. I guess if you had a smaller position size, you could hold through, but oh man. You got $106 calls. Those might do well. IV is just insanely high. It's like such a lotto. I'd have closed it by now. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what the drop was on. Thought this was the end of the rally. So, if you understand, I was considering this as a top, and so yeah, that 800 could have turned into 8 grand if, you know, in a couple days was SPY back down here or here, and so I wanted to hold it, but that's where, yeah, you're trying to scalp trade, and he's trying to trade on shorter and shorter time frames until eventually you're just getting screwed by slippage and fees and in and out, and then you're trying to time the market, and that's kind of a fool's errand. You can do it a little bit, but yeah. Oh, okay, thanks, David. That's all right. That's right, man. 13. Are you Nighthawk? 13 would be big. It's kind of a median over the last 4 years, 5 years. Elbis is held above VWAP. GME's not feeling it. All right, 10 minutes till 2. Get out of cash and buy Bitcoin? Well, you have to dollar. If the dollar crashes, market's gonna rip, and Bitcoin will rip. So don't have to just go into Bitcoin. Go into anything, any asset. Typically, it inverses equities. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin does look like it's bottom for a little bit. It's crazy. Yeah, of course. What a move. If I had known if there was something for that move and it was news, then I would have thought, okay, that's just an overreaction. Every reaction for the most part is an overreaction, so you're going to have a bouncy ball analogy. Overreaction, bounces, overreaction. But I didn't see any news or anything, so I didn't think it was a news overreaction to something. But when I'm streaming, I'm not listening to other streams as much, so maybe it was part of it. I don't know. George Silas. Thing's gonna rip. Yep, it's gonna make new highs, I bet. New highs on SPY. Here we go. Look at this move. Market is definitely getting volatile, so that's another sign of a top or a bottom if it's a reversing basically. Might be a good idea to wait another day before going short. I don't know, I could get an overnight move. Natural gas is moving up a little bit here. That was a new high on SPY right there. Was that? Ah. All right, so you can close those puts and make it out. Well, it's a big spread. I'm not quite break even on it. It's just crazy to me though that the amount of premium I received rolling those short puts over brought my short 8 put cost basis all the way down to $4. It took it in half, if I'm understanding that right. I think I am. And that would align with that one contract that got exercised, and it gave me a cost basis of $4 on it. Okay. I'm not seeing any signs of reversal in the market. So taking a short is probably pretty stupid. I just see it coming soon. And maybe I'm not patient enough to wait. So maybe go long. Wait for that 400. We're close though, 398.30. But yeah, we've got earnings this week, and that definitely could be the reversal. Oh, another chance for short maybe here. Let's see. No, new highs. This thing's gonna go to 400, I bet. We still have 2 hours, so could do another crazy melt up like yesterday. So you notice how the volatility, the downside and spies shut this down, and the upside got some of it, but it's kind of slowing down. We really need the it's more like about velocity with the spy in the market to move these up or down. It seems like if it's moving on that, doesn't have to, but it seems like today it has been more or less. Ah, up, made it back up. Maybe another short opportunity. Engulfs. Seesaw on the day. Let's see if they say anything about it. If they talk about the bonds.
Cycle.
Yeah, so at this point now, a lot of folks are still thinking this is a bear market rally, and that once we get earnings in, we'll start to see a
All right, there's a nice engulfing. I don't think it's going to change.
Up and trickling higher, but that this is
Maybe
not.
I should wait though.
Well, certainly the PE multiple on forward earnings is still elevated. It's certainly not cheap by any means.
Big move.
So there is the possibility of that multiple compression, and I think a lot of that is going to be determined by the stability of earnings as they come forward. And I think really and truly one of the big tests is going to be when the financials start reporting tomorrow. I think we'll have a really good read in an anticipation of what they see coming in the next quarter. One of the things that we have seen is the financial stocks have definitely outperformed the S&P 500 over the past 6 months. They gathered a lot of momentum and had been left for dead, but I think with the 10-year kind of peaking up and rates that the banks are willing to pay, there's still some money to be made on the spread.
Let's see.
But if they are announcing big earnings losses or slowdowns in what they're predicting, that could impact what the market does tomorrow.
Increased volume too.
Right, understood. At this point,
might chop around for a bit. We'll see.
You are a believer in the financials overall, right? You seem to talk about how they've outpaced, at least in many, over the last 6 months. For example, you were noting that with rising rates still expected. When you look at the group of financials, are there types of financials that seem to be better positioned than others, whether it's money center banks, regional banks, or maybe the extension, whether it's insurance or fintech or whatever?
Well, I think there has been broad-based rally among all of the financials, but certainly we want to look for those that have good, healthy deposits and those that will definitely participate in more variable rate loan structures. I think if there is continued health in the economy, we may see some more merger and acquisition activity among the investment banks, which would help them with their earnings. So it's just an interesting play on the momentum as it has turned around in an area that is still relatively inexpensive. Of course, that's all hinged on the fact that hopefully earnings won't come in really poorly as they begin announcing and reflect poor economic outlook as we go forward.
Mergers and acquisitions. Ooh, this could be an exciting year if that's the case. Just the talk of it gets me worked up. I'd like to see what happens. In the meantime, we think
they're getting all giddy about that.
We know that they're facing higher egg prices, and while cars are
also an
down,
RSI divergence.
There's no doubt. Shelter's so
that's
expensive.
5 minutes.
Life is so expensive, and even at 6.33% for mortgage rates, that's more than it used to be. But somehow the demand's not really waning.
No, it doesn't seem to be. And certainly I don't think this is like a 2008 where everything came to a crashing halt and we were worried about the stability of the entire financial system. I think this is more of an economically induced in stimulus induced recovery, and we have to return to more more normal times. And I really think that the consumer seems to be taking that in stride.
Today's a pretty big day also.
Certainly with energy coming down a little bit. I know that prices at the pump have come down. Hopefully we'll begin to see the price of eggs. I don't know. It's hard sometimes to
yesterday
even find them.
Yesterday was 47%.
So I think these things are starting to stabilize, and the consumer seems to be looking through and deciding that this is a temporary sort of problem.
It's not quite as big, but still pretty
what are the
quite
main
large.
themes of 2023 that we should be focusing on?
Well, I think we should focus on the fact that inflation has peaked, and so the market will begin to recover. The market will look through some of the bad earnings to look forward
get another print
to what's
that's higher.
going to go on. But certainly there will be some stability issues if earnings come in real rocky as we hit the first quarter and maybe even into the second quarter. But all in all, this is a long-term game, and if you're diversified and have good quality things, you should be
Carvana is
absolutely
ripping.
just fine coming through this.
Understood. Tell me about international stocks, which I think you find attractive, right?
I do.
I got Helbiz. Maybe I should get some
We have
Carvana.
been watching international, and international has been the laggard for many years. Sometimes you could say that was really just because of the strength of the dollar. And as the dollar has walked back a little bit, and as our market has become relatively expensive, we're seeing still a pretty good gap between the historical price that you're willing to pay for earnings between international and U.S. So if there is some compression in the PE on the U.S. side, we think that maybe the international side is actually a really interesting place to participate
30.
as international.
I mean, it's made big moves
continues
before.
to benefit and maybe isn't hit as hard as
That's
the
actually
declining
crazy,
PE,
yeah.
that we had in the U.S.
Right. Louise Gowdy.
Oh, I should jump into this thing.
Thank you.
Seems like you're late, but you might be really early.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Still
Got 12. 12 is the next big level.
Retail and apparel.
I guess
One
8.
analyst has a sell rating
12.
on Nike and a buy on TJX.
And 20.
Will join us to discuss that. Plus, find out why the need to save is more.
Is there any catalyst in this thing? Wasn't it going to go bankrupt?
Was
Was this pricing bankruptcy? Same sort of deal?
Was ready to weigh in. Up next, we're going to discuss those banks, regional banks, and industrials could perform well in this economic environment. That and so much more right
jump
here
on a little
the watch
bit.
list. Stay with us.
And some consolidation. Not liking how it's holding up here. The SPY I'm saying. I wanted to break this support, otherwise I might close that short. Nothing with bankruptcy. I think it was kind of getting priced in. Or no, they just had bad earnings and stuff. Yeah. Carvana had all that bad news. They were doing awful with their cars because the value of cars dropped dramatically, and just car volume, like transactions, have dropped so much. Interest rates are high. People can't get loans for cars. Car prices were so elevated. Yeah, there's a lot of headwinds for Carvana. So maybe bankruptcy was just rumors, but yeah, geez, SPY looks like it's trying to just consolidate here. Needed to break some of the support levels, otherwise it's just support and bounce. I'm putting a stop limit on it because I'm positive on it right now. Yeah, I've got a stop on it. I'll probably get stopped out on a wake up, which is fine, but I want to hold through a crazy rally. Yep, just got stopped out. That's fine. It gave me the signal as a top, but if it just finds support right there, then it's just consolidating. I could look for a short breaking this support, but then you're so much further down. Better to just Try and grab at the top again, and I'm pulling hair out of my head. Ouch. Something wants me to do all this. Oh no, Norv King back in Discord. Norv King is the one I was talking about, who has a huge position on HKD, or bigger. I think he's got like 50K in it at a high price. Houses haven't seen it yet, I don't think. They've come down a little bit, but I think it'll happen to cars quicker, because cars are just much more liquid than houses. And they're naturally depreciating asset, whereas houses are appreciating. But yeah, I think it's gonna happen to houses what's happening to cars, but I don't even think it's fully happened to cars. I think it's just started. That's right, Ruthless. HKD? I don't know, it'll probably have pops again. I don't think it's gonna do what it's done. I don't think it's gonna do this IPO move again. Yeah, there you go. See, it's just consolidating. Crazy. Norv King, are you in YouTube? Carvana's getting kind of wild. 38%. We've seen this thing like hundreds of percents, I think, in a day, haven't we? When did it get like squeezy? I don't know. You think about the price of it, it's so low. If you like it for the long term, you could just buy in. That's the thing, like even with Hellbiz or Up or any of these ones, like they might come lower, but the small caps and the speculative stuff, that's gonna find a bottom first in the market. The same way it found a top first, because recession started, or bear market started, the small caps first, like the micro caps and the small caps and the mid caps, then the large caps and mega caps. Is finally we started seeing mega caps last year. So same way it comes from the upside. Upside will start first with micro and small caps, speculative, risk on, and work its way up. And there's some outliers here and there, of course, with earnings, and of course there's value and that sort of thing compared to growth. But I liked the idea that it's like the market might break that support. I might go short if it breaks it. I like the idea of Carvana. I don't really know much about it, but what I do know about it seems pretty cool, and definitely like the concept. I don't know if they can execute well enough, but do they really have any competition even? I might take a position. Wait for a pullback. I'll put some money in. What are their options like on here? Crazy IV. They've actually got they've got some liquidity on those options. I might do some covered calls. If BBBY closes up here, anywhere around up here by Friday, I think we'll see some action next week by Wednesday. They do 3.3 billion. Oh, they were getting all sorts of bad news because they weren't actually getting titles to cars, and like people weren't getting their titles for years, or like not years, maybe like a year. They had all sorts of bad news compounding. Yeah, it was probably a short and distort type thing. That's a ton of revenue. Negative income. They're not profitable. Negative 2.67 EPS. This survives this kind of used cars or auto apocalypse. It could be cool on the other side, because that's like the big vending machine, right? For cars, you just buy it on the app. If they can get it run well, execute well, I think it's a cool concept for sure. Taking out the salesman that people hate, taking out all the cost and overhead of running a dealership. Possibly this is negative. Heavy's delish. 600 some 123.5 puts I sold today. Nice. Down a little bit here. If it starts treating that 438 though as support, that'd be pretty dope. We did see this start to go yesterday. It's crazy. Almost doubled since then. It's like IPO price. They're getting 2017 prices on it. Below IPO. Yeah, it'd be cool on Hellbiz. I can't really do that. But Carvana just getting a big position and just starting to run some cover calls. And then covering your cost basis so you can just hold the shares for free. Natural gas flushed. Oh no, it's consolidating up here. I'm gonna put an order in for 670 for 100 shares. I don't know if it's gonna come back down though. Look at this. Let's see, that's 1 day. The monthly is at $8, $100. That's noise. This thing doesn't want to come back down. Increasing volume. This is good. It's got a gap up there at 950. Buy's coming down here. See if it breaks that support. Flushing through. I'm too slow. I don't like to bind at a low, but I did. Well, I shorted. Shorted there. Maybe a false break. I'll hold it. Carvana. Oh, I was actually doing an order on Carvana. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in on Carvana right here. Yeah, I got 100 shares there. I have another order back near VWAP. For another 100 shares if it gets down there. Definitely buying at the high though. Yeah, it was a little false break for now. That RSI is hot. It was boring. Yep. I got it when it was exciting. I don't follow my rules. I gotta hold it now though. Natural gas is dumping. Like I said, having something, buying into it when it's something you might want to hold for a long term definitely helps with your emotions pulling through volatility. So not to say if it doesn't rip up, 100% or something, I wouldn't sell or trim or like that. Elbaz is held above that VWAP. Market is moving up. GME's just been melting up today, huh? No volume. It's moving weird. This is really weird. Kind of detached from the market too. Look, it did this little move, but it's just, this is looking bullish. When GME does this, it just outpaces to the upside. Too early, too late to get some debit spreads on GME. My ES short is kind of a hedge on Bed Bath, I guess. I did, yeah, I bought at the high, but just a little position. I actually might write cover calls on it right away. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, it'll probably come down. I just kind of scaling in. I have an order for VWAP and I put 100 shares up here and I have another 100 for down here. Yeah, you probably get a better entry, but I like it. Yeah, Carvana had kind of a short and distort campaign against it. I mean, they were jacking up too. They were like not delivering titles to people's cars for like months and months. And they get pulled over and they like wouldn't even have a title of their car. That was one of the news. I mean, their earnings were awful because car values took a huge swing and are getting dumped on now. And I think they just have way too much inventory now and are trying to get rid of it. So it's going to be, if they can survive this Carmageddon, then I think it could be a good play long term. So this trade might turn into a long term, or this long term might turn into a trade. I don't want to turn into a long term because it just keeps dumping on bag holding, but long term in case it doesn't just nice melt up and I don't know. I'm hesitant to buy stuff long term yet when I still see new lows in the market. So that's maybe why it will just be a trade. There you go, market. BBBY kind of not moving with SPY right now. That's good. Tesla Model S Plaid sets record as fastest car 0 to 60 ever tested by Motor Trend. Chippy, yeah, I don't, UNG definitely is flushing. So I don't know where the bottom is on it. It's hard to look at just the UNG ticker because this is futures. But I did like this candle for reversal and the RSI divergence. So we'll see. It might reverse, but I've been trying to play bounce plays on this thing for weeks and it's hardly done anything. Just dropped. I mean, I did have some shorts in there, which were nice, but it would have been really nice just to hold one through it. Kind of waiting for it to reverse and then go long on it, potentially. Let's go choose power when the auto driver broke this up. Oh geez. Yeah, the autopilot is kind of all like driver assist are kind of sketchy. So maybe I should get out of my options because I can't close those in extended hours. My BBBY shares I could close in pre-market or after hours. That might be the smart idea. I think JH, I think you could be right. This is kind of a mid cap, small cap squeeze. Yeah, IWM is ripping. And that's holding everything up. Oh, look at that bounce. I'm gonna hold on to my short. But I don't like if this is just an IWM squeeze, because that means it might be over soon, and that would hurt the basket. That would hurt everything. That's the thing, like Carvana, Hellbiz, all these are ripping. These rallies in the bear market have just been so short for these risk on, it seems like. Yeah, short on the banks maybe. 2020 style. It looks like it. GME just doing its own thing, melting up. This squeeze might keep going though this whole week. We still have 2 more days. Might not shut down until next week. That's kind of a that could be a reversal candle. Liechtenstein. Jeez, market does not want to come down. I'm actually down on that contract. I did bind that low. Carvana breaking out maybe? Party City too. Okay, I think I'm gonna close my options by end of day. My short puts. I'll still have a significant amount of shares. My 6 calls are coming back from the grave. This is crazy. So I bought these January 6th leaps on BBBY before, or at the beginning of its like squeeze. No, not even. It was before that. They went up to like, they were worth about 5 grand at one point. It cost me 500. Didn't close them because I'm big brain. It went down like to 98% down. Starting to climb back up. Only 55% down. I should maybe even close them. The break even on is like 7 something. Yeah, it's 771. So got till next Friday on him, but look at these candles. Let's go, market. Come on. The gap up in SPY. Yeah. Yeah, you still could. I think there might be a little bit left in it. At 400 level, which we got close to. We might hit it today though. If we hit that and we still see a gap up, I think it'll just be met with a selling at open. Depends on what today ends with. Look at this move. GME daily high, 1981. See what happens at that 2004. Oh, this is looking more bullish. Market wants to squeeze. Dang it. Hmm. Carvana? I have no idea. Just a short covering, most likely. This thing's been driven to the ground for months and months. $57 down to 3. It's moving up with these small caps too. Small and mid caps. It's like a lot of short covering going on. Frothiness. Risk on. That's not stopping like the phantom breaking issue. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tesla's not stop. Yeah, I heard about that too. Help me make money off the stream. No. No, I don't think I'm making any money streaming. Or are you saying like is it helping my trading? I don't know. It definitely hurt me one day pretty bad. I was just too distracted. The other days, has it helped me, hurt me? I'm not sure. Yeah. Now, should I close my short or hold it? GME just melting up. Volume's still low, right? This thing's... It's not awful, actually. It's not like yesterday. It's not going to be bigger, but maybe it'll be as much as this day. 4.4. Oh, Root. Been seeing Root up on my watch list a long time. This might be a good entry, honestly. if this risk on kind of keeps going. That guy talking to me. You only get revenue from viewership. There's ads. I think only if they're clicked. I'm not sure quite how that works with streaming. I know with videos, it's just ads. Clicked ads especially. Oh man. End of day rip. 15 minutes to power hour. I want to give back these gains. Let's see. Thanks, Ace Ventura. Let's see, just big cut. Yeah, I think it's... I don't even know, guys, honestly. Once it becomes an amount that something I pay attention to, I'll let you know. Thanks, Cold Shower. Root is insurance. Yeah. Appreciate it, Ace. I have to come take some laps in your pool. Or when you empty it, I come skate it. Probably no training in that pool, but still have fun with that big drop. This... I put an order to close that short ES, but it has to come down here first. Nirvana probably about to dump. Oh, box D, what? Woke back up. GME just on a melt mission. That's how it is actually. See, yeah, that's how it is in the States too. It can be. Yeah, where it's tiered. If you use more, you actually pay more. It's maybe like that everywhere in the States. Depends. I mean, you can have different types. You can have like time of use in some places, and then otherwise it's tiered. So yeah, you use more, you pay more. Sand and gravel. Yeah, we have a paper filter. GME just snapped. That was weird. Paper filters work pretty well, I think. I've never had a sand one, but I like the paper. I think it's getting ready to come down after that little snap. And I should probably close. I'm gonna close, start closing short puts on BBBY. I'm gonna close like 20 of them if I can get it filled. There. All right, I'm canceling that order to close that BS future. I'll hold it. Got an order to buy to close 20 of those. There's the market drop. Um, 430. Gosh. Chasing the market maker on this. Whoa, big drop. All right, I'm closing. Partially filled. All right, I'm closing some of my short puts on BBY. It's basically break even. It's a small loss, like $500. But I mean, I was down 40 grand on these positions, so More time to sell puts. What's up, Zips? Been a while, man. Well, I'm closing mine for now. I mean, when it's up 30%, it's usually not a good time to short puts, but Party's moving up. Just scaling out. I'm not going to do all of them, maybe. Yeah, my financial situation doesn't allow me to carry that much risk anymore. Unfortunately, I've been doing this for years, and it's been on earnings from other business and real estate and e-commerce, and it's just not. I need to actually make money doing this. Kramer hates BBBY. Last up 30%. There's a nice little pop on it. So, yeah. Let's see. This contract's up 162. Put a stop limit on it for now, but I might just close it too. That's a good move up on BBY with the market coming down there, though. That's what you're saying. Let's see. Okay. I've closed 20 of the short puts for nearly break even. I've still got the thing on these short puts, like it's capped my gains. There's only so much upside I can make on it. So yeah, it's not like, oh, if BBY does a huge run and make all this money, it's not selling shares. If I want exposure to it, I just buy the shares. But I already have tons of shares too. So I've got 39 left. Oh, I should sell Carvana. Cover calls. Might sell one. I think my pool might have a leak or something. I'm gonna pour so much water in it. I think it's choking again. Alright, I shorted a call on Carvana. I just got 100 shares of it. Shorted next week's $8 call. So, limited my upside to $8. I'll roll it if that's the case. My cost base is 687 on it. Oh, that updates the cost basis. That's cool. Okay. I've not noticed that with E-Trade. My cost base on 796. With the covered call, it's at 687. It's bouncing right off that level I've drawn from somewhere. Maybe I should close. I want to hold it overnight. 33. Let's see, what are we doing? It's like Friday with all this activity I'm doing. Like I'm having to roll everything over. Oh, I just got stopped out. That's kind of the thing with this strategy. It's just like a large position, hope it goes for you. If it goes for you enough, you can put a stop limit, but it can't retest. But it's much safer than you don't have those down days of 2,500 chasing against you. Elbiz holding up nice. Party City broke out. Nirvana. BBBY. Okay, so got almost some short. Yeah, it is good. You're talking about BBBY. Yeah, it's definitely high. Yeah, with shorting puts, with theta farming, you don't have to be that quick, really. Because as time goes on, it will lose value. So you, as long as it's not going against you, it will be profiting you just having the time go on. So it's like if you just sell in the morning volatility, even if it's up here, by the end of the day, that contract probably is worth less. You know, with the day like today, even if you sold a covered call here, you're probably not down on it much here, if at all. You might even be profitable here. With how high the IV is, and if you sell, you know, close to the money, short dated. Bed Bath & Beyond ripping. Well, this is why you scale. We'll see, though. We will see. This 4 level, if it can hold above this today, that would be good. And into after hours tomorrow. Bed Bath & Beyond, high of day. Market's starting to flush a little bit. Got stopped out, but I kind of want to get back in. Or 90-10 I have as a line. Got close. So weird, GME. Did it get some volume back there, though? January 6 calls. That's funny. Those are coming back to life. I think I enter a short there. I'll show you what it does on probably most brokerages do this. Our looks like it wants to. It did kind of detach from SPY a bit. It's just when the SPY gets like a lot of velocity, it triggers everything, or at least the basket. Like this move, then the bounce. But yeah, since then it's been kind of on its own. Took that bull with donkeys. Vortex update? I don't have Vortex. You can jump on our Discord. Someone on there probably could share it. BBBY rejected that a little bit for now. See. Oh, I was gonna show you the so the cost basis. So on E-Trade, and I think on Fidelity does this too. I have 100 shares and then I open a covered call, so it shows it as covered call 100 shares or Carvana covered call. And then it shows cost basis 687. And if you expand that, here's my shares. I bought them at 796. Here's the covered call. The premium I received 109. So it does the math for you. So it shows your cost basis on the shares is 687, even though I paid 796 for it. So basically, if this contract expires worthless, if you just apply that premium to the price that you paid for the shares, you're getting a discount on the shares. So then my cost base would be 687. If I then open another covered call and I get another $100, this cost base will come down to 587 or whatever. It'll come down, yeah, another dollar or so, maybe like 80 cents. Already really broke out there. So keep this in mind for BBY. We haven't had to endure this yet on the BBBY run. You know, they were tracking close, pretty close. Right? And then there's just a big down day for Carvana yesterday. Then it gapped up in the morning and now it's ripping back up to where it was. So that's when that's volatility. And as BBY gets higher, we'll probably start to see some big red days too. I got stopped out of shorts twice, which is better than not having to stop and it rallying and taking losses. But it looks like it probably come to VWAP. Didn't take profits on that dip, unfortunately. It would have been a nice quick 800. Okay, BBBY. Should I sell some, close some more puts? All right, SPY's finally breaking that support. Okay, I have an order to close 10 more short puts. These with a little profit. So if we get a more of a rip, it might close. But see, these are deep in the money. These are 8. So kind of at a resistance here on party. Fox D almost 20% out of nowhere. Engulfing candle on the daily. Maybe I should have held that. Well, if BBY can stay up this high and then open at least this high tomorrow, I'll be able to do covered calls on it. If I do them at the money, see, it should be pretty good premium. I could even just scalp them, just day trade them. See, if I do 5, that's crazy. 500% IV. Ugh, that's insane. So $984 on 1 day covered calls for 24 contracts. Yeah, 24 contracts at the money 1 day. So that starts eating away at your cost basis pretty quick. Carvana getting squeezy here. Little bit, at least. Probably premature in my cover calls on Carvana. It's okay. Party does kind of look like Apron. Someone stop me. BMX, the FOMO Theta Farmer. Spreads are wide on these puts. 405 bid, 440 ask. Sucks. Trying to get filled at 395. So if it moves up, I don't know how high it has to move up, but probably won't fill. Market's coming down more. See what happens at VWAP. Looks like BBBY wants a new high on the day. Box D 20%. Call this the golden arches pattern. Everyone has to go out, get a Big Mac when the market closes. Party City 44. Carvana broke it. I'm down on those calls for sure. Yeah, Bed Bath has high RSI for sure. It's due for some consolidation. Maybe it has one more day to make a new high and then consolidate, or maybe it consolidates, or maybe it gaps down and that's the consolidation. It could move with the market though now. I don't know. The data's out on CPI. That's what we're waiting on. So today's price action might not necessarily reflect the direction we're going to go now based on CPI, right? Sometimes it's like totally delayed. So it might have been super bullish and we just rip, but we won't see that until tomorrow or next day, maybe next week, where we kind of start this trend. Or maybe it's bearish, we just dump, but they're sandbagging right now, not showing that. That candle could definitely be reversal though on SPY. And with that, BBY's steam might slow down and then you'll get that consolidation. So buying into options right now on BBBY seems pretty foolish, unless if potentially you're doing spreads. The spreads kind of negates the premium because you're selling also. Dude, 70,000 calls. That's the volume today. When does this updates what, tomorrow? We'll see what the open interest is. How many people held? Dude, the amount of calls traded today. Yeah, for the weeklies, that's insane. That's maybe what all that volume's from, just the massive amount of options being traded on it. Huge volume, but it's just pretty not crazy price action. Yeah, increasing volume. This is all still looking good. This is all still looking bullish. So it doesn't, maybe it won't consolidate yet. Increasing volume, increasing price action. Buyers are in control, I think. Ending the day high also. No profit taking. It seems like it'll continue. Okay, I'll cancel my order. No, I'm not going to. I don't think it'll fill though. I wonder at what level BBBY or what amount of velocity it wakes up GME and it pulls it. Is it a price level or velocity? Probably velocity, or yeah, velocity. So even at this level, if BBY starts to squeeze and like get out of control with the price action volatility, I wonder if it'll start. I wonder if we'll see the basket move like GME. Birds is up 12%, guys. Bird. SPY looks like it's somewhat maybe bouncing on VWAP here. It's good. This has actually sustained this rally. That ain't bad. $4.98. There's a party going on in Discord. Leave them open overnight. That's sketchy. I gotta say it. That's sad. I guess I'm leaving mine open. Yikes. Actually, some of those might fill. If this keeps going. Yeah, new high on the day for Bobby. Sorry. No. Bed Bath. Think this run will be long and say like Tesla on BBBY? Oh yeah. I don't share that sentiment. I'm hopeful for it, but I don't really share that. That'd be sick. Ooh, I might actually get those filled. I'm the bid now. The bid has moved down to me. Estimated profits calculated by taking the difference between the open position's cost basis and estimated closing transaction. All right, it's 3:23. I need to do the video. I'd like to keep streaming, but $5. $5. Make sure to subscribe, hit the notification if you guys haven't. Jump on our Discord, follow on Twitter. Oh boy, I maybe should just keep going. Maybe no video. Oh. There's 540 is next. This is turning out to be a big day again. This volume's wild. 258 million. So much of it was this morning, though. That first hour was insane. It actually sustained higher volume all day. Even with that kind of mellow price action. Dude, every day has looked pretty much the same. I mean, really. Like, gap up, rip, consolidate, rip. Today was the first day it actually started to kind of come down and test supports. But then, same deal. Gap up, consolidate, rip, rip. Same thing here. Gap up, rip, consolidate. Just an algo pattern. We're just pawns on this chessboard. I know. This is I like to be consistent with the videos though, especially on a day like today. A lot of people can't watch a whole stream, they just tune in for a few minutes on a video. With Bed Bath up 48%, 47%. Oh, smokes. Party also looks like he wants to break out. I think these are going to get filled. I'm at the bid. That's crazy. Rolling short puts. As long as it doesn't go bankrupt. At 5140. I upped my I changed it from 10 to 20 options to close. Really? Wall Street Bets isn't talking about? Weird. Jeez, man, what a day. Oh, yeah, this is crazy. We're gonna need that 540 for my short put to close. I changed it from 10 to 20. Still have plenty of exposure. Bullions can't figure out the daily volume, huh? That chart, was that Mara? Oh. I was talking about getting into Mara too. Everything's just frothing. Come on, Bed Bath. Today is matching yesterday now. %46 or so yesterday. Might be bigger than that. Almost 46. 48 would be at that resistance I have drawn. Dude, just some after hours news on this thing. Oh my gosh. Luxembourg-based electric solutions. EV is pumping right now, huh? Micro EV especially. North King, you gotta not come when everything's just frothing, man. You're just always gonna buy the tops. Buy something with conviction and hold it. But don't buy it when it's frothy. Or just expect to lose on it or hold through big drops first. Toasted Diamond Hand. Diamond Hand what? GME? I don't even know anymore. BBY? Ted? What are we even holding? Yeah, Moon, you've what? You've doubled up or more even. Nice about shares. You can sell them after hours. You get news or it just starts to dump. Really incentivizes just day trading options. You could get overnight exposure. It's just, yeah. Market's bouncing now too. I've been sitting up too much. I have a headache. Looking too close to the screens. Ugh. Let's see some out of control action. What is it? It's Wednesday? Oh, Thursday. I keep thinking it was Wednesday. Oh, this is really good coming into Friday. Oh, wow. That's legit. That increases our chances of being at least up close to here by Friday close. Just one more day? Oh, I didn't think about. I was thinking we still had. I think it was Wednesday. I was thinking, oh, 2 more days. They're gonna dump it into Friday. One more day, so at the least, maybe consolidation, maybe a little bit down, but oh, dude. All right, I kind of want to. That does change stuff for me. Let's see. Yeah, I'll leave that there. That's fine, but that's crazy. My 6 calls are only down 27%. I guess I'll hold them. I kind of need to. I want to sell them. Look at this thing go, dude. This is wild. Yeah, markets closed Monday. I'm not referring to Max Payne, no. I mean, kind of. That's part of the thought of what the price is at now as opposed to where we are in the week. Not mad at all, dude. 5.5. So after this level, We got what? A quarter more maybe? Yeah, that also lines up with the supports back here. Well, close. A little bit higher. Dude, look at this thing rocketing into close. Still 30 minutes left. You figure it's gonna go crazy a little bit longer and then probably dump a bit. 5:45. Yeah, that level is gonna be big. 580. Jeez, man. 60%. GME's not getting any of this love, is it? Oh, it is a little bit. All right. Popped through that 20. Broke the weekly high so far. Yeah, I mean, it's just chilling, though. GME's so mellow. Even low volume. Like you wasn't coming tomorrow. Mortimer, we're back. I don't remember that line. That's a great movie, though. Immediately exercising calls. I don't feel like that's a common thing for retail to just exercise calls. All right, I put an order to close that $6 call. I think these short puts think they might get closed. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna close. With a profit, that's insane. So that'll give me back 8 grand in buying power. Build. Oh man, that's so nice. So nice to be out of a lot of that. So I still have 19 of these short puts. And then of course I've got 2,400 shares in the other account. Five, 7. Yeah, this thing's gonna keep going. I don't even know the next level. Probably 6. Then a sell-off to some support. Still have a good amount of time though. It's over 20 minutes. Like 6, 8 even. Oh, let's bring that down. 6, 6, 5. Yeah, just those quarters and $half marks. Oh, it's getting squeezy up here, isn't it? Check out GME. GME's starting to get a little bit. Thanks, man. Congrats on it's like not losing at this point. It'll be congrats if we make money on it. I'm just reducing exposure at this point. I mean, it's like one way to look at it is, would you be buying calls right now? Like you might be, but that's stupid. Just buy a long call like literally right now. So I might as well be selling them. And I have the positions to sell. So like I can't get back in, but I'm not going to get back in now. This is when you should be selling. And I have ones to sell. It's not like I'm up on them, but I'm break even. And to get to break even again might not come. Even if we come up this high again. You guys have 25? Are you talking about GME. Premium's still coming up on my 6 calls for next Friday. I'm about to be able to get out of those. Wait, what? Yeah, I just need a little more pump. Yeah, I mean, I've had people exercise calls on me on GME and BBBY. It's stupid. But yeah, true. Some people do. Dude, look at this move. Ravana's holding up. Party holding up. Helbiz bull flagging. So this is a bigger move than yesterday now. Right, 60%. Yeah, I think so. Glad I closed those short puts. I maybe should close all of them. I'm leaving a couple there. It is short puts, so they're relative. I mean, safe. If it doesn't go bankrupt, they're safe. I've got until next Friday, so they very well could expire out of the money, and then I'd, of course, make more on it. My head hurts too, Chippy. Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, I get it. It's just that's such a like a team effort. Team, it's like trying to play on a team in an individual sport. Investing is not a team effort. But yeah, it does I mean, if they wanted him anyways, then sure, you could exercise him to put pressure on it, but it's not a smart play. I mean, you're paying exercising fees for one. Better to sell it and then just buy the shares. But if it's not about exercising fee and you want to push the market maker to force him to find the shares, then yeah. I mean, there's individual investors which don't really swing the market at all, so that's why I say that. If you have $500,000 million bucks in calls you're exercising, that could move something on a low float. Yeah, GME also, but it's just low volume still. Pretty mellow. Yeah, it looks like GME might make it up to the kind of this prior support, since it looks like it's going to hold over that 1940 level. We'll see tomorrow. I guess it could still come down, but I was thinking if it'll probably consolidate under here, but if it doesn't, might make it all the way up to that 21 first. Do it all at once. Yeah. I mean, if that's what I'm saying, a team effort. If it's but no one. Yeah. So I feel like, all right, yeah, these calls are coming up. I showed you these earlier, these $6 calls for next Friday. My break even on is like 717. So that shows how insane the IV is right now. Break even 771, and well, I guess it's hard to tell, but yeah, I've had these for a long time. Implied volatility is almost 600% on them. So I maybe should just cut these today. Not like I'm trying to make money. I'm just trying to get my money back. I want to enter calls. I'll wait for a dip. Anyways. I mean, these 6 calls, they could print. Like, if we go to 8 or 10, like, by next Friday, sure. But this entry right now would be bad. So that's why I'm like reducing stuff. With that mentality in mind, I should close these short puts today too. Could always reopen them. I probably won't. Not on BBBY. That could be a reversal candle there. Double doji, that big wick up there. We'll see if it consolidates. If it holds this support, could make another move up towards that 6. We might see some profit taking here though, especially if it drops below that. Crazy, man. Thing almost hit $6. Yeah, profit taking doesn't mean it's necessarily shut down yet, but could be shut down for the day. Ooh, but today being Thursday makes me much more bullish for next week and beyond. I would say they're on their heels. Been good momentum and good price action, but this could simply just be some shorts closing. At $5.80, they're not on their heels at all, in my opinion. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but they shorted this thing all the way down to this range. This was a super low. This was an amazing time to close right here, close a short. And they did. And then we had some of this. So I think on their heels, you know, with BBBY, you've got to be back in the teens at least. Momentum's starting, but we're starting from such a low point that it's, yeah. Okay. Yeah, here's some profit taking. So I didn't get out of the other short puts, which is fine. I have an order. We'll see if it spikes back up, but I've got 19 of them left. Could even close my GameStop short puts. Congratulations, BY, you're back in. Was it not allowed? Oh, because it was a penny stock. I forgot about that. That's hilarious. Good share, war chest. That's why it wasn't on Wall Street Bets. That makes sense. Well, that actually is kind of insane if you think about it. That might be another catalyst. I mean, there's definitely bots on there and stuff, but there's still, what, 9 million or something on there. And even if half are bots, that's a very generous amount, you have at least 1 million or 2 million people on there. And a news announcement of a stock coming high enough that it's now back allowed on Wall Street Bets, and then they check that ticker and they see this ridiculous price action, and then they remember, oh yeah, that's that RC and BBY. I remember that thing. That in itself could be a big catalyst just to coming back on Wall Street Bets. Maybe that's what some of this is today. Even maybe this. I don't know. I don't know when that came back on, but I mean the volume on the options. That's some Wall Street Bets volume. 22,000 traded on the 5.5. 80,000. Those aren't shares. Those Those are options. Ooh. About 20 shares, 171. Nice, well done. There's no way I can answer that for you. That has to do with your finances, your plan, your exit strategy if you had one. You got to have a plan to exit before you ever enter. Otherwise, you fail to plan, you're planned to fail. Yep. That said, yeah, I mean, sure, exit, sell some. That's a strategy I like to do. Sell some, make it free, scale out, sell 10% today. If it keeps ripping, it's fine. You can sell another 10% tomorrow. You could even sell calls on it. The IV is so insane. Selling calls makes a lot of sense. 700%. Oh my gosh. So if you have 100 share, you bought 20, so that's not enough to sell calls. So yeah, you could sell a quarter of them and get all your money back. You never lose money making money. Nice rug pull last time. There wasn't. I mean, when it came down, that was from news though. BBY. It wasn't like just a rug pull out of nowhere. It wasn't like shutting off the buy button or hitting the margin limit or whatever on GME when it halts. It was legitimate news and profit taking. Nice, Brad. Well done, man. Yeah, it's hard. You just have to exercise discipline. Like, have to have risk management. You have to do the dumb, non-exciting, boring stuff to make money consistently. You can make big gains, and people do, and then they lose it, and then they lose more than they have. I'm speaking from experience here. So, practice good risk management. Do the boring stuff. Don't be in the stock market for the dopamine. Go learn to snowboard or something. For the adrenaline. We might have a huge Friday, actually. Since today is Thursday, that does change everything for me. Friday might be like 100% day on BBY. I mean, it could consolidate, but for Wednesday, Thursday to be doing that, oh my gosh. And it might be a huge day up and then a huge day down too, because they'll be trying to short it into the expiration of those options. Just sold 6 shares on green. Nice, well done. Now don't FOMO back in. Like don't buy back in, and just be happy with that. And if it keeps going up, you can sell some more. Scale out little by little. Sell 1 share a day. It is tough to hit it. It does make it tough. Wait to short. Yeah, GME did make the push through that resistance. I need to do a video. It's just gonna be a little late, you guys. I just don't know how long this frothy risk on is going to last too in the overall market, because that is definitely helping with BBBY. GME a little bit, but it's not really done much. But I mean, you're seeing a Carvana, Party, all these bankrupt or nearly bankrupt stocks, Hellbiz, but like all these just risk on. So you could have thrown a dart on a wall on something that ran in 2021, and it would have been running the last 2 or 3 days to some extent. After hours? I don't know. Probably some volatility. Big ups, big downs. I mean, we've been doing this gap up. If it does it again, that's pretty bullish. It could be shorts closing. Bankrupt companies kind of historically, or potential bankrupt companies, have done this. We've seen it with Hertz, with Revlon, Redbox. It's just, it gets so cheap that there's no reason to short it anymore, and might as well close your short if you've made a lot of money on it. And then there's always a possibility, once it gets so cheap, that an investor or an outsider will want to buy it, and that will shoot it up. So it's another reason to close. So you have these potential reasons for It's just everyone trying to front run. It's everyone trying to anticipate it going up on good news. And so that just snowballs. And that makes it go up because people think it's going to go up. And then that makes it go up more because other people see it's going up. So everyone just trying to front run. Add it in with shorts, some shorts closing. And then, of course, you have options with leverage. So it's just momentum in the market. Yeah, you look back to December. I'm stoked that today's Thursday. Look at this close up here. Is this really going to happen? GME at the high. We've got 10 minutes of Fugazi. Oh, we're in it. Right? Yeah, 55. Party's kind of coming down some. Alright, I do need to do a recap video. Yeah, double BBBY. This is what I want, baby. Ooh! This is extremely bullish close. Yeah, I'm glad those didn't fill. But I still have what? 19 short puts on BBBY. That's 1,900 shares. And then on this account I have 2,400 shares. But I reduced what, like 4,000 shares? Took, I think, like 4,000 or something shares off the table through short puts, cash secured puts. Yeah, a close this high is insane. Might get rid of my drawings here. Let's clean it up. Take off the technicals. Looks nice. Increasing volume. Yeah, this is setting up for like one massive day. Which might be big up and down, just a huge candle, maybe with huge wicks. Could be tomorrow. You know, where we're in double digits. I know that seems crazy because earlier I was like, no, maybe, but I don't know. The way this is closing, the way this is Thursday now, not Wednesday. We'll see. I mean, of course, could just fall and just collapse, but increasing volume, gapping, and just closing near the high. That's crazy. I wouldn't say to buy in now, but I'm just saying. Yeah. I have a big day. But expect volatility to the downside. We haven't seen it yet at all, which is kind of crazy. It maybe just exposes how much short exposure is getting closed now. I don't know. GME's kind of moving up here into close. Oh man. GME, the light volume. Still a good day though, 7.9%, almost 8%. I'd be pretty bullish if, I mean, this is wild. It's not slowing down on GME, which is, I haven't even gotten the volume on it yet either. I don't know if consolidation will happen tomorrow or next week. But I'm not expecting a V. That would be very unique. It's already V'd much more than typical. Look at the past chart. What do you mean? Just look at how high we are. Yeah, so today's closing basically at the low. The yearly lows. Right in that area where they shorted it to. So this was the prior support from 1997. And this is where that last gamma squeeze happened. So that's why I say I don't think they're in trouble at this level. Momentum's there. The option chain seems totally primed for it, but they have to be, to be underwater, to be actually like, liquidations, that kind of thing. I think we're a long ways off. Such good soldiers on GME. Already, it's only at $20. We're still way down. I told you those don't come until like 35, 40 at least. I guess if you told them when it was 15, but okay. Okay, that's gonna do it for me, guys. I gotta do a video. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, hit the thumbs up, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. I'm gonna do a video here if you want to watch that. It'll be out 30 minutes and just recap on profits, on trades, price action. Ooh, what a day. Time to, it was almost pop champagne bottle day. But to me, it was reducing risk that I've been in for 3 months now of being underwater. So not quite a champagne pop bottle. Maybe a little tequila sour though. You keep me sharp for tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Thanks from Norway. I appreciate it. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks, Cole. Thanks, Ace, for the dono. Ace Ventura with the dono today. Thanks, man. Buenas noches. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, X-Ray. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, guys, for joining. I'm gonna do the video now. Like. Okay, peace out. Definitely tequila night. Yeah.